All right. I think I'm set to go. Almost. Let me pick some less adventurous music. And we should be almost ready. Like that. Yeah, so 99 maps. I don't even know if we're going to be able to get through a quick look at all of them today. We might have to cut off at some point if it gets too late, because even if we spend just even 1 minute only on each map, that's still like a 2-hour stream. And we're going to spend more than a minute. Yeah, that's quite unexpected that we got that many, I suppose. We really did bring in a lot of new people. Calm. Yeah, let's pick this playlist. All right. Something like that. Cool. Then what else do we need to set up? We need to load 1v1. That'll do. And I've got all of the maps in my random map scripts folder. Cool. I'm going to need the Discord descriptions of everything. And we'll scroll all the way to the top of the submissions. What we close that window, we can minimize that. So hey everyone, if you're watching this later on YouTube, same disclaimer that I put on Discord advertising this. Because we have so many submissions, I will only be able to look at all of them briefly on stream, and the actual proper judging and evaluation is going to have to take place in my own time without a stream. But hopefully I can give at least a bit of useful feedback, and let's get started. So we need a 2-player map, and okay, let's make this a little bit easier and disable all of my other map mods, just to keep this slightly under control. It's already bad enough as it is. If we got enabled here, that's... Don't want that. Don't want that. Want these. Yeah, that should be a bit better. All right, let's go. So I was going to start this by, showing Penguin nothing, but let's get right into it and start with the proper submission. So the first one is tic-tac-toe. And let's go. Let's find it. I still have the AOC map pack open. Oh, well. Good enough. We can close that when we have the opportunity. For now, let me just do the other thing too. Let me make sure the stream is... Twitch chat is fine. DE is fine. Cool. And I think I want to lock my mouse to the window as well. Yeah, sorry about the startup lag here. Let's go. So this one looks like a tic-tac-toe board. Actually, I should read the description. That's what we're going to do. Players start in one of the fields in the corner of a tic-tac-toe grid and have to fight for taking control of the rich gold and stone X and the forestry O's. Previous appearances, none. Yep, good. So basically you've got this water. The water has some fish. The fish aren't close, but having water control will still be very strong because you can basically menace any woodlines, at least if you have total water control here. And other than that, it's basically a bit of a gold rush type of situation. Yeah. What else can I note about this? So the positions vary. Overall, the map is of course completely static except for where the players spawn. I'm not a huge fan of that. I will not let my personal opinions get too much into judging, of course, but yeah, I don't know. Water will be really important because the lumber camp anywhere here is going to be rangeable. The only safe wood is, you know, this. And then at that point, you need to control at least your stretch of water. So despite the fact that it looks like a land map, it's actually a water map. Well, let's go on. Discord, next one. The next one was removed due to the replacement due to having been seen before, so ignore that. Then we have Tug of Warships. Let me generate it and then I'll read the description. T, tug. It's probably delicious. D, tug of, yeah, there we go. Also, I think what I should do is load up 1v1 between... No, I don't want to save it. Oh my goodness. Load 1v1. I'll reload the scenario for each map. Just so that... What is this? Go away, error. Just so that it doesn't have any... Nothing carries over. No upgraded units or something. So, Tug of Warships. Description. Players start on this in a step setup, unbuilt, TC, hut, 6 fills. One of the east and one of the west. Players have safe wood and their only golden berries are close by. As a result, expansion from the home island will be essential. The nearby central island contains plenty of resources, but is teeming with crocs, lions, and komodos. To avoid such predators, the northern snow isle has turtle rocks, while the southern desert isle has goldfish. Blah blah blah. Flaming camel instead of a horse. Flaming camel can walk on water and pass through anything. Same as with the flying siege tower that will protect you from critters when your opponent tugs you towards them and you try to tug them back. This goes for all future siege towers and flaming camels you build. Something about previous appearances, what it was called differently. I think it's probably different enough. Yeah. So let's take a look. Once again, it's essentially a water map, right? Here, at least, your wood is safe. The stone is present. There is no stone? Okay, there's stone in the north. There is stone in the north. There's massive water elevation. And you have these things that can pass over everything. Let me quickly try something. Just a quick test. It is possible to dock. Sometimes you can have trouble docking on slopes. Yeah. Docking on the downhill slope facing a wake. Basically, that can sometimes be an issue because docks, like other buildings, only tolerate a certain degree of slopiness when being placed. And that's not ideal. So how many maps will I look at in the stream? We will see. If we make good time, I'm willing to make this like a 3 or 4 hour stream and go through all of them at once. However, if we realize that that's not realistic, we'll probably do a cutoff after 30 or 50 or something like that. Let's generate it again. It's, of course, once again, this is also a completely static layout. If we use this, we'll do a bit of things to round off these corners so you don't have the weird inlets like that. That can be done with negative borders. Yeah, it's basically, once again, water. It's absolutely water control. If you've lost water control, it's game over, right? There's no way you can come back. You know, you can't build a castle on the shoreline if you don't have stone. And you really don't have much safe building space at all. This is true, both players have a north-facing slope. The ideal way to do that is to have just the slope be a bit further away from the water's edge or something. It's something to be careful about when you have elevated lands where water then slopes down with the dock placement. I think the next, oh, look at this stuff is all rangeable by water as well. So there is stone in the middle too, but yeah, I don't know. Like if you manage to win water early, which okay, it's not a lot of gold to win water with. It's just over. I guess that's generally the case for water maps, but particularly those where you don't have much space to fall back on. Alright, next we have Nile Valley. So let's load scenario. Nope. And let's take a look at Nile Valley. And Nile Delta, Nile Valley 2. Let me check in the folder what the actual submission is. Alphabetical, sorted by name. Oh, Nile Valley 2. Not sure where the Nile Valley 1 is coming from. Oh, I think I was helping. I possibly helped debug a bit. Yeah. Someone had some questions there. Alright, so time to read a description. A shallow part of the Nile River separates both players whose bases are located in the desert. The river has some fish and crocodiles on its shore, but except for the southwest part, green water is passable everywhere. There's very little wood on the map, but all the other resources are abundant, so resource balance and clever market usage is key. Players start with 275 plus 275 wood plus 100 stone, a scout, 3 villagers, a monastery, a market, 4 farms, a pyramid, 2 gold mines, 2 stone mines, 8 goats, 2 forage patches, 2 groups of wild camels. The wild camels can be pushed, or basically they're wild deer. Villagers can't kill them. Okay, they have to be killed by a building or military unit. For the pyramid, players can train priests with 0 conversion range to pick up 9 relics, which generate wood. Southwest part of the desert has a lot of elephants guarded by lions. Elephants are rich in food and gold. But don't leave the grassy patches where they feed on, so they can't be lured. Crocodiles also spawn some gold. There's a lot going on. There is a lot going on. Well, we didn't even go... I will be giving my own submission, of course, 11 out of 10, and giving all of the other ones like 4 out of 5. Now this map has a heck of a lot going on. Which probably when I take a look at this in more detail, I'm gonna have to conclude that it's too many unintuitive or new mechanics. Like, overall, the map, of course, looks really nice. And the premise is interesting. Where are the relics are located just everywhere. So you collect them for wood. It depends very much on what the wood generation rate is here. There are just so many considerations here, that's the thing. Because you have to consider the civ balance, civ bonuses that affect relics. Will they have an effect here or not? And will the amount of wood that's generated be sufficient, too much or too little? And will players be able to learn all the other mechanics like elephants and I think, what was it, crocodiles spawning gold when they die, as well as food? I'll have to test that in my own time, but it's a lot of unique gameplay mechanics, perhaps too many. Also, I do recognize, as per description, this is the terrain mixing that I did for Samim. That is fine. Definitely a very unique map, very creative. Next, we have Deluge. So, right, we were gonna load between every map, especially one that upgrades a bunch of stuff. Load scenario, no. 1v1 load scenario. Deluge. Alright, description. Nomad map where players spawn near a dry riverbed. Plenty of fish in the river can be gathered for food, but no buildings can be placed there. Villagers who gather fish will be constantly exposed. Players need to place their TC further from the river to be able to wall effectively, putting them at a disadvantage economically. When TC is completed, it will spawn a shrubbery inside, one that looks nice and not too expensive. This allows for more flexibility in the early game. Basically, it spawns a tree or bush. Starting TCs won't necessarily be on a wood line. Players could delay a lumber cap if they want to show up the bush. Depends on how much wood is on the bush, but yes. What is snow? This map apparently can have different seasons. Yeah, so we have a bunch of shorefish. The sieve advantage for shorefish is less of an issue now than it was before. The previous one didn't have any snow either. We haven't. That was, you know, various desert and dirt terrains mixed together. Yeah, sorry, I'm just I am mindful of how much we have here, so I'm not gonna spend too much time on any one submission. Yeah, it's basically Land Nomad with where you're strongly encouraged to go for shorefish early on here. Which could be interesting. Just save this. Yeah. Yeah, it's and also 4 villagers, I'm noticing. Now it's basically Land Nomad, but with this interesting dry river in the middle. Central relic. Not super special, but I'm sure it's quite balanced. It is 4 starting villagers, yes. That lets you build a TC a bit faster, maybe. Also, you don't start with any sort of scouting unit except your sheep. Players are in a fixed position. Well, I'm not going to look at the code right now, but essentially they're in this circle. It might not even be circle radius, it might just be that they're randomly assigned to one of the lands that's used to make this circle. But they are always on this circle, yes, and it is always a perfect circle. Next up, we have Lumbini. Let us load that. Oh, a lot of marks with L. Alright. Description time. So Lumbini is a province in Nepal, birthplace of Buddha. Shallow river surrounds the players on this map. Players can potentially go for fish here, but there is no way to protect it from land units. The river makes it impossible for players to wall to their backs. Beyond the river, the players can find some other natural food in the terraced hills. The hills are also difficult to wall. Even though the front of each player's base can still be walled, a strong push through the middle can be decisive as well, since the rush distance is relatively short. Yeah. So, yeah, we have relics in the middle. These ones like these first maps we also saw on Survivalist stream as well. He will likely be streaming everything else in the coming days too. So once again we have some perfect circles on display. And this is surely unbuildable rock here, yeah. Terraces. I did a terrace thing recently. Very nice forest mixing and some of these new scenario editor objects. Yeah, so you have the shallow river. Question is whether it can be docked or not. The answer is yes. But you can also just in the early game collect shorefish. You'll mill, somewhere here. Walling towards the middle is actually relatively doable. Then you're sort of left with the back open. The other thing is, I guess, the amount of resources close to your base is extremely low, or at least golden stone. There's just golden stone along the whole edge of the middle, basically. And for everything else, you have to go to the outside. So yeah, despite the fact that there are a lot of wood lines, other than the middle, you can't really wall very effectively over here. It'll be super aggressive on the outsides anyway. That's the effect of this here. And once again, from a scripting perspective, this is of course another relatively fixed layout overall. These circles here being absolutely perfect. Yeah, the middle will always be pretty easy to wall off, but becomes awkward towards the back. True. I mean, if you're forced to dock far away, then ships always take a long time. You might be able to dock block, but that's of course that costs you 2 docks, right? You can do something like that, and then as long as the ships can't sail past on the beach, you might actually be blocking it off, but that's actually it depends on the spacing here. You might not be able to do it. Looks like it's just a little bit too wide for that. Here we can't see it. Let's see if we can find another good spot. That might be blocked off, but the ships might also be able to sail around here. It's a bit hit and miss whether or not you'll be able to dock block any specific location. Next up, we have Mount Kailash. So let's get that. Kailash, there we go. Actually, we were going to load the scenario again. Load scenario. Alright, we will ignore the AI error. Kailash. Description time. So, Mount Kailash rises through the Tibetan plateau. A journey up the mountain must be undertaken to achieve enlightenment. Monastery texts are not available to be researched at the monastery, but instead must be researched at the temple at the top of the mountain. temple can also create relics, but if it's doing that, then it's not researching monastery texts. So you have a bit of an opportunity cost there. Can create relics which require some investment from the player, 100 gold for 2 minutes creation time. Pay off in the long run. Small pools of fish between the players give a food boost. Controlling those could be an advantage. Yeah. So we have this cool spiral in the middle, and none of this, you probably can't build on any of it. Certainly not down here. You can, I think you can build up here on the road, but you can't build on the approach on the flanks of the mountain. Looks a bit for all the stuff that's here, it looks bland when you actually look at it on the mini-map, but that's fine. We have the shorefish. It's kind of a long distance to walk, but it might still be tempting for players depending on how much food they have around their bases, which seems to be enough. Water buffalo. Do we have boar? We do have boar. We don't have berries. So if you want the food that you'd get from berries, you'd have to go there. What we don't seem to have all that much of is sort of neutral resources. Essentially, each player has the golden stone associated with themselves, and then ones that are sort of pseudo-neutral, but they're actually still close to one player. But there is not so much incentive to move out these side areas, really. It's more important that you control all the resources close to your own base. That might be one criticism there. Yeah, okay, you might move out for these, and you do have, sometimes the single stone piles are... Some of these resources are sort of neutral, but... Kind of, you can see it like on this mini-map, right? It's generally clustered around each player. Yeah, you could go there for the mill. It's just a long distance to walk. But if you send the villagers all at once... And it is a lot of fish, and shorefish gather quickly, so you probably would go mill it. Probably would do that. You could just mill your deer. But pros like pushing the deer. If they're that close, you probably push them. Yeah. Next up, we have the updated Nile Valley submission. Okay, we already looked at that. Then we have Lenqua Maran and okay. Well, actually, that does look like Lenqua Maran Henses. Excuse my pronunciation. Let's generate that one. Alright. Random map. Tiny L. Alright. Let me read the description. This is a national park on the coast of northeastern Brazil, an area with rolling sand dunes. During the rainy season, the valleys between the dunes fill with freshwater lagoons, prevented from draining due to the impermeable rock beneath. Makes sense? In the interior of the park are 2 oases, which are a distinct type of coastal, tropical, and subtropical moist broadleaf forest in eastern Brazil. They form on sandy, acidic, and nutrient-poor soils and are characterized by medium-sized trees and shrubs and adapted to drier and nutrient-poor conditions. Map description. This was just the description of the location it's supposed to represent. So the map itself, this Restinga, i.e. oasis biome, is in the north, with some javelinas and monkeys that are mostly just for show. In the south, the Atlantic Ocean with a mangrove forest, lots of turtles and fish, sandbank with stone. Shallow river goes from the oasis to the sea through the dune area where the players start. Western eastern corners are hilly with ponds that have 4x4 gold mines and 10 shorefish each. Players start with extra wood, extra stone, a horse, 7 villagers, and various other resources, and a hut, and a big hut that we use as a town center. Players can create villagers from the big hut for 50 food right away. So you basically have a pretty fast start here. 7 villagers, and you'll end up with 2 town centers. Yeah. And as I see here, I recognize this as well. The layout is it's what I did for Rivulet, sort of inspired by that, using this gap between lands to make a little river. But that's fine. It is overall a very different map. Yeah, I thought we'd need some relaxing music. So this might be sort of the level of gimmicky mechanics that's still okay without being overwhelming. Essentially, you can train villagers here, where that's intuitive enough, and you can build another town center, which will allow for a pretty fast start. It might make some feudal age strategies basically obsolete, because you'll get to you can essentially fast castle because you drop your TC on wood and stone or something like that. Your gold would be exposed though. You drop your TC on wood. That's what you do. Yes. Down here. Did I say Atlantic Sea? What did I say? Atlantic Ocean. Why it's in the south? Well, if this is in eastern Brazil, the whole map should probably be rotated by 90 degrees. But it's fairer for the players to have them on each side, and also more visually appealing for casters than to have the players on the top and bottom. You will start with fishing boats. I think this was looked at by survivalists, but I want to test it myself as well. You cannot build on those ponds. Yeah. And of course you can't build on the central river. Let's get a stone wall. Sea gate, no. Seawall, no. Stone wall. Nope. Okay. Nope, okay. Is something wrong with the berries? The berries look like orange bushes to me. That looks fine. Fruit bushes. There are some berries down here. This is true. There is something wrong with those. Now they're gone. There's also something wrong with the stone. Whenever maps get chosen, we will fix them or I will be fixing them as necessary. You know, if we decide this is an amazing map, just as an example, but you know, there's still some issues, then I will do any adjustments that are necessary. Yeah. I'm noticing a few things here, like some, you know, we saw that you guys noticed that. And here, for example, you have, you know, the huge lake has merged with this area, which would be kind of awkward for this player because it means, well, you can still get wood here, but you've got this unwallable lake there. Bit awkward. Yeah, that visual appeal is nice. The middle of this is, of course, super open. But that can be okay because you have the option to place your town center. You can have guaranteed safe wood, or you can put it here. You have gold and extra berries. Where are the extra berries for this player? Ah, so I think those berries that we saw down on the island are supposed to be neutral berries and are supposed to be towards the middle normally. Yeah, there seem to be a few hiccups like that. For competitiveness, that's going to have to be either you want one on both sides probably, or you want it actually down on this island where it would just look nice and wouldn't actually come into play. Ships can sail up and down. I don't know, it looks very interesting. And actually, it's, you know, actually using the mangroves the way that they would be in real life, sort of as a border between the land and the sea. These lakes could be more visually distinct because this stuff is just not lake and this is, and that could be a bit clearer. Maybe it is clearer if you turn on animated water. I like the forest mix up there. There's a monkey hiding in the corner. Stuff like that is fun because the streamers can look at that while Dark Age happens. Look at this, though. Look at this back lake. Oh my goodness. We did load a new scenario, right? Between this. It's not carrying over something from the previous one. Look at this back lake. That's rough compared to this player who has the standard back ponds. Yeah, and it seems to affect red more often. That might be something with the way the lands are in this sort of hard-coded rounding for lands. That we definitely have to fix that if we use this. Yeah, look over there again. That's not great. And why is this not great? Well, because it limits the building space of this player and also makes them theoretically vulnerable later on to, you know, attacks from the sea back here. Also, there's something weird happening with these berries. Anyway, next up, we have Tragic Trojans. And we are going to load that. I think that's a Danger Duck map, isn't it? Yeah. Alright. Let us see what we have as a description for this one. Tragic Trojans. It's arena. Well, sort of. Instead of a starting scout, players start with the flying siege tower again. And there's a ring of shallows containing dolphins. The outside is fortified with dead trees, and the inner side has acacia. The center contains goldfish on cracked ground. On the outside, there's less gold and lion-infested baobabs in a dune desert. Extra stone is also found in the desert, guarded by lions as well. Less accessible stone can be found. Shallows with the creatures. North, south, east, and west have fishy ponds behind palms. And there's a Spartan base straddling the ring. Spartan arena base straddling the ring. Alright. The flying siege tower. Yeah. We can think about why, if the flying siege tower is really necessary or not. That's certainly interesting mechanic. So, is this correct with the... Okay. I wonder. I'm going to leave the scenario editor entirely. I want to double check to make sure that something isn't going wrong here. Although on the screenshot it does show the snow as well. I think we were actually doing fine. mean, for Trojans, having a siege tower makes sense. The Trojan horse and so on. But all right, let's take a look. So we have a lot of doubled up objects. Some of this stuff might be just, you know, placeholders, and we'll have to see in game. Well, I will see in game later. I'm not gonna check right now. I'm not a fan of having snowy trees bordering a desert. Like, honestly, there's a lot going on, and we can look at competitiveness and so on, but for visual appeal, this is bland, and then this doesn't. This is not a nice, visually appealing mixture, I would say. Shall we say. And it's worth double checking what this looks like in game, whether or not these are just being used as placeholders or whether they're actually lions on all the resources. There might be. So we have the arena base. All the trees are on the outside. You don't start with a gate. You can make your own gate. You can delete a hole. And you could make it forward, but honestly, why would you? What you do is you want the fish. If this you want these dolphins, you can make a hole on the side and like put out a dock or something, or just send out villagers to gather. You put out the dock and then have the villagers gather to the dock, and then you open somewhere here on the side and put a lumber camp there, and then you just wall. Actually, there are a bunch of lions. That makes walling a bit harder. I don't know. It's a bit awkward overall. This is also open, actually. You have our zebra trees, too. Well, dead trees without snow and snowy bushes. That can be done. Although, yeah, there are ways to do that that look better than this. I mean, also, like, you know, lots of points for thinking of a creative idea here. Not so much for visual appeal. Also just having, you know, plain grass here. Going directly into the desert. Eh. Yeah. There are those two dead trees. There are a couple more dead trees that are only part of the winter mixture. Don't exist as independent trees. And what do we have in the middle? We don't have any. Oh, we do have gold. Okay. All right. Let me just quickly deal with that. Yep. Yeah, I don't know. This doesn't quite pique my interest. I guess it depends on what the flying siege tower, how that actually plays out, but it's a very non-standard start without really, I don't know. Hard to say. For some reason I'm not quite convinced by this. I'll have to test it out in game and see what it actually plays like. Next up, we have Siberian Crater. Sorry that I'm not giving more detailed feedback, but that would just need more time, or I'd actually need to look at the script, and then we'd never get through. Hopefully, even so, I'm giving a few useful bits of information. Siberian. Oh my goodness. Oh, those are the sheep maps that I worked on. Yeah, okay. Understandable. I'm not seeing Siberia. Maybe I'm blind? There it is. Cool. Alright, we've got our Siberian Crater. I remember seeing this one on Survivalists' stream as well. And you have unwallable rock terrain likely. Yeah, it looks pretty unwallable to me. Description. Players start very close to each other, that's true. In a crater left by a meteorite in the Siberian taiga, they have to find their way out to collect resources in the pine forest full of dangerous bears. Frozen ground, there are no berry, but plenty of animals. That's fair. From a visual appeal type of thing, you can do more even with snow masking, where you can have it mask the light or the heavy snow, and that could look better than this. Because once again, this is a bit bland on the outside and on the inside, really, if we're honest. We have, one kind of forest, one kind of terrain with a few clumps of ice. You could do more there. Gameplay wise, well, you are super close. You are going to want to fight for these fish. And then you build a lumber camp on the outside. There are some similar crater maps. It'll probably play out like one of those. You could do a potato wall around your base. Might have to do. Would be a bit awkward though. Because essentially you do a small wall around wood at the back. Also, I'm noticing we start with 4 villagers. Let's double check that. 3. Maybe I was just didn't see that properly. Thought I saw 4 for a second. Never mind. False alarm. The other thing that's worth looking at, I suppose. Ooh, these are okay because here they are on random. They're on the circle, but they're still on random placement. Sometimes they are really close. Yeah, it could be the AI randomed into Mayans, maybe. Here they're super close. Mill on the mid. Depends. I mean, you can always just place your mill on the opponent's side. You might not be able to place it right on the shore, but there are enough mill spots that it does. The trees do make it a bit inconsistent. I don't think that's a huge issue. Well, like, because of this close distance, you could end up with extremely aggressive matches. Like, imagine this. You put a tower here, control both golds. Where does this player go for gold? Well, there is gold back here, but... Neutral. There are some neutral sheep, I notice. That's actually nice because it encourages players to scout. But it might be an issue for balance. Yeah, I don't know. Could be okay gameplay-wise. Could use some better visual appeal. It is very open here, and there will be lots of fighting for this middle part. Next up, we have 4 seasons. So let's load scenario. Yeah, I noticed that it did look like the neutral golds because on the map where the players were super close together, all of the neutral golds were on one side of the map, which makes it fair, but it also means that in cases like that, there's just no reason at all to go expand to the rest of the map, which is a bit sad. Is it gonna be 4? It is gonna be 4 seasons. Cool. Description time. The map contains all 4 seasons at once. Harvest berries in spring, the spring meadow, chop trees in the autumn forest. Players start in winter or summer. They have plenty of straggler trees and 2 relics. Walling is hard due to shallows and ice. Walling is hard due to lack of forests. That's my personal opinion here, but you can't wall the ice. You also cannot wall the shallows. However, they're not equivalent because the shallows are producing beach terrain around them, which you can wall, but you can't build other things on, like houses and so on. So effectively, the player on the left, which luckily it's not always, they randomize, so it's not always, blue or not always red, has less building space because of these beaches. They block area where you could farm. One thing I would say, don't allow ice this close to the TC. That's not good because that's going like into core farming space right there that's being blocked. Same here. You can just, make these avoid player start areas. Yeah, that's not a huge issue. There are ways you could deal with the beach stuff. You could allow building on them. You could put in quicksand instead of ice, although then you'd need something else around here because quicksand looks extremely similar to desert. Basically, you could use some other unbuildable terrain that isn't shallows. No, the bigger issue that I see is that these patches should not be right by players' town centers. Definitely not. You probably also want to either make sure that the number of straggler trees is consistent around players' start areas, or just have the standard 5 and keep the others further away. I like the premise. You can get some super safe woodlines if you're lucky. Exactly. Blue just, you build a lumber camp there, stone wall there, build a TC here later. You just have free wood forever. But here, okay, you could build something there, but you have all these weird lakes in the way. Make it hard to wall or place a TC. But the other thing that I noticed too when Survivalist was looking at this, the distance to the wood line can vary considerably. And you have to keep in mind that players will be sending a lot of their early villagers to wood. Of course, they can send them to these stragglers, but usually players want to send them to the woodlines, and the woodlines are really far away sometimes. Or they think just an inconsistent distance away compared to the other player. No, very bad. Actually, this is super bad. Like this is straight up a bug generation. Because the TC is on shallows, the golden stone hasn't spawned for the player because it's counting the player land as being a shallow. So here the resources have spawned fine, but because the center of the player land is not a land but water terrain, the resources are bugged. I mean that will be fixed anyway. You just keep these things away from the player starting areas. That's a must. That is a must. No, the idea is good. Ooh, look at this bite. How far you can go here. It might need some tweaking if we actually were to use this. Probably have to... Oh, look at this wood line. Actually, on the other hand, I personally appreciate that it can be this random. It might not be ideal for this event that it's this random, the wood generation, but I sort of appreciate that these maps have, that this one has some more randomness in how it can generate. But I mean, this is almost Mishi. If you scout this and realize it in time. Look at this. Now it would need for this event we'd need to balance that a bit, probably. Overall, the idea is good, though. Visual appeal could probably do with a bit more terrain, mixing, and so on, but not the worst I've seen. Alright, next map. Next map is another Spanish-looking one. Quebrada de Cafayete is a section of the... Let me generate it first. Load a scenario. Change save changes. No. 1v1 load scenario. AI error go away. That'll do. There we go. Oh, I remember. Yeah, Survivalists actually got through a fair number of submissions. I'm realizing just because I recognize all of these already from his stream. I'm not going to be influenced by what the other judges think about them. No. I am not a competitive player, but I am a map scripter, so I'll have slightly different opinions. Let me read the description in a second. Let's make sure, yeah. Where is it? There we go. It is a section of the Rio Guapinas Valley in northwestern Argentina, known for its rock formations and colorful slopes formed by red conglomerate, sand, silt, and clay, which we can see. There's a valley and a mountainous plateaus with some forests, gold, stone around the map edges. Players are in a relatively flat valley, random placement with forage bushes around their town centers. Llamas, 3 javelinas, ostriches, 5 patches of wood trees with 8 trees that have 400 wood each. So basically you have sort of super high wood lines, but places objects. So they could theoretically be lamed, but yeah, we'll just leave it at that. They could theoretically be lamed. You'd actually have to send a villager, though. Straggler tree laming is only possible if you send a villager these days. Players have no stone and only 2 times 2 gold piles close to their town center, with the rest of the gold in the 4 corners, which is also the only place to have guaranteed space to build 2 to 3 town centers. All stone is scattered in the highest part of the mountains. Shorefish can be found in the dried out riverbed in the center of the map. Wolves and llamas hide in the patches in the forests. Yep, and this is like the painted desert layering mechanisms. We have seen these. So very nice looking map overall. I know with the different layers and so on. I think like this is a case where the different layers and terrains mix pretty well. It would seem super scarce on the minimap because you can't see objects, unlike Capture Age, where straggler trees are shown. Straggler trees are not shown on the minimap in-game. However, that brings us to our first issue. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. What did the description say? The description said 5. As I remember from Survivalist's stream, there were several issues with the objects spawning consistently. That is problematic and would have to be fixed. And should be fixed regardless. Like here, once again, it's 4. That's 4 on both sides, but 5, 5. As long as it's the same for both, it's fine. But 4, 4. I could have sworn I saw 4 and 5. That's 4, 5. Yeah, so it starts there. I know that there were some other issues with the resource generation. I'm not going to hunt for them specifically, but I recall that there were some issues. Let's instead take a look at the forests. The forests look aesthetically nice. It might be a bit awkward to find a good place to build things around them, though, with all of this elevation. Good use of this trick here, or this changing the attributes of stone mines so that they're actually visible behind the mountains. That's not the case by default, but you can change basically the, I don't remember what it is, occlusion mode. And you should do that in maps where you're using these types of rocks and resources could be hiding behind them. 4 or 5 is still more consistent than generated maps forests. That is true. That's actually true. It can be fixed so that it works either way. Since these each have, 400 wood. The other issue, of course, though, is if you do send forward villagers, like if you do an actual tower rush, and laming is allowed, you could straight up palisade delete the entire forest, assuming that you have villagers forward. Welcome, welcome. We are looking at the maps that were submitted to RMS Cup 2, and so far we've gotten through probably like 10. If you guys watched Survivalist stream a while ago, you will have seen this one before. We have a heck of a lot of maps to judge, and we have actually a lot of good ones in there too. Let's move on to the next map, actually, because we have seen this one before. We're going to look at Jungle Rumble next. A load of 1v1 again. I think that one that we just saw, it definitely looks very nice. It has some things that need to be fixed in it, one way or the other. And Jungle Rumble was the name of the next one, wasn't it? Yeah. Bam. Have a Jungle Rumble. I will read the description. Players start inside a walled but with less resources and no stone at all. Most of the gold is in the middle to encourage more aggressive playstyle. There are 4 villages on the outside where they have only stone and relics are, which usually leads to faster action. So basically you have villagers on the outside and an arena base on the inside. And it does look like a sports field, yes. Are there predators? There's a crocodile lurking there. There's another one there. There are 2 there as well. The reason why I'm looking for these crocodiles is because what you want to do probably is wall out the relics to your side. But with the crocodiles there, you'd kind of want to get loom before you send villagers out. And then you have this super, super huge gold mess in the middle. Is there stone on this map? The stone is on the outside. I mean, this you can just play as arena, right? Double gates? Double gates. Interesting. Now you just play this as arena, and then the extra villagers, you probably build a mill to take advantage of all this food, and then when the food is gone, you build a lumber camp. And once you have loom, you send a villager to wall the sides. You would trust and hope the enemy is not on stone. The middle... Placing a castle could be painful, but I think most normal-sized buildings will actually just fit. You know, if you want to put your caravan site, there are enough places for that. Not that you'd want to put those in the middle, of course, but... I think there's plenty of room for buildings. Take a look at the castle. There's castle, there we go. Castle could be a bit awkward to find a good spot if you want a castle drop. So I feel like, let's generate this again. Is it just me? It probably is just me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4. Yeah, okay, the distance is actually the same. Well, you can defend with a stone that's guarded by crocodiles, so you haven't been able to mine it. You definitely don't want to lose your presence on the outside before you manage to chop a connection. It's also awkward because if you let's say you're blue and you wall here and here, well, your enemy's going to be chopping through right here. So you kind of have to shift around behind your base. Also, this looks thinner. It probably isn't. It's just because the middle is on a hill and the outside is lower down. Ah, interesting layout. One thing, though, that I guess could be counted against it as well. I'm not a huge fan of the ones that are super static in the layout. That's kind of the case here. Like, you don't... Okay, fine, you have a scout. You have a scout on the inside, even. You don't need a scout. You know that there are crocodiles and gold in the middle, and that's it. Your scout can just check. You can scout around and see if you see any buildings, but... Scout is almost trapped in the berries. But if at all, and you have a camel to scout with on the outside, but like on the inside, you basically don't need a scout on the inside. What are you going to find? You don't need to contest relics on the inside because they're all on the outside. An interesting question is how long it would take you to chop through these, what looks to be 6 layers of wood. When would you realistically be connected? To your 2 bases be connected. Yeah, a camel on the outside is definitely useful. You can also try to block villagers with it and stuff like that. Scout on the inside is effectively useless. Well, you can try to scout for a castle drop. Oh wow, we have more raiders. Let's look at the next submission. That one would be Katinga. C. That's the one. Oh, that's a lot of predators in the middle of the map. So, let me read the description for this one. A semi-closed land map. Lots of scattered small bush forests and rock formations, some extra deer patches. Players start with 1 gold and 1 stone patch. Otherwise, standard resources close to the center. There are 2 lands with a high amount of stone and gold mines. In the very middle, as we can see, is a shallow lake with lots of fish and lots of jaguars. And you cannot lure the jaguars. That's a good point. Hint, jaguars don't attack ships. Well, you to even build a dock, you'd have a serious problem, probably. 50% chance of being a 2TC start, but that could be changed if necessary. Fair enough. Let's take a look. Yeah, we have 99 maps, and we're not going to... We might get through all of them today, but on the other hand, if we consider the current progress, we are spending way more than 1 minute per map. So, we might have to do a cutoff at like the halfway mark. Once again, very nice, you know, upgrading forests, making really visually appealing forests. Visually appealing terrain mixing. The minimap overall is a bit messy as a result, but that's not horrible. Okay, so we have a gold in the middle. Gold, okay, so the middle has gold, stone, and basically a pattern of 4x4 checkerboard pattern. Oh, double TC start. Incoming. That could be rough. These are just cosmetic, I think. Yeah, whether or not... I guess if you don't know if you have double TC or not, that makes it hard to pick Civ, perhaps. But if we can always... If we decide to take this map, we could decide, you know, this is going to be our double TC map in the pack or something. And just set that type of thing. That's probably what we do, should we select something like this. This is a huge number of jaguars. Unless you can dock out here, there's no way anyone's going to get a dock up. Like, the hint Yeah, you won't get a dock up because the fish are in the way. Like that you cannot get a dock up because all the possible dock spots are blocked by fish. So basically, this food here is for show. There's no way you can get this until Castle Age. So, okay. Ooh, some of the times these stones can block terrain a bit. Honestly, this might be just about the amount of randomness in like the overall layout that's still fine. In terms of, you know, forests and random rocks in the way. The shorefish, this is an absolute trap. You will not be able to go for these. Unless there's something that I'm overlooking that we'd see if we were to test it in game, which I will do in my own time off stream. But do we have enough other resources? We have some we have basically some standard resources otherwise. TC is on a hill. Honestly, it looks really nice. Probably don't want it to be randomly single or double TC for this event. Its competitiveness is important. One or the other. Magyars. I mean, you have enough food at home that you don't need to. You have the standard food, right? You have your berries. Where are they? You have your... There they are. You know, you just mill this stuff and you have your deer, your boars, your turkeys, and your berries all there. You might... Yeah, you don't really need the middle. Wallin and Archer? Yeah, but you don't want your walling villager to die. You don't want your walling villager to die. Magyars is an idea, but even so, the sheer number of predators, you're not guaranteed that your villager is safe. The villager doesn't attack that quickly to be able to take out this many. Even as Magyars. Interesting. Next up, we have... Oh, where are we? Give me a second. The next one that we're going to look at is... Division by Danger Duck. There we go. I'm just reloading the scenario editor each time because some of the maps, like probably the previous one, have upgraded various forests into each other to achieve a nice effect, but this stuff persists in the scenario editor between generations. So we don't want, you know, if we did this, we might end up with baobab trees on a map where there normally aren't any or something. I'm reloading the scenario. Division. Let's go. Well, if you were listening, or if you were there before, the problem is that these jaguars aren't lureable, so they just stay in the center anyway. They're probably undefensive. I'm just going to quickly grab a drink and then we will look at this map. Alright, let's see what we've got here. Division. A modified nomad start with 2 villagers in each of the 2 enclosures, 4 total villagers. Okay. The northern enclosure features goldfish but sparse food. Southern enclosure has plenty of hunt as well as golden calves but is otherwise sparse in gold. There's a 3-tile chop out of each enclosure to reach the rest. Reach the wood, neutral stone, and sparse amounts of gold. The enclosures are further divided by a finger lake that cuts through the middle of the map, passable on shallows. And yes. Let's take a look. Yes, it would be, like, that many jaguars would be an issue. If without defensive stance. that would be a problem. So what have we got? We have... It's similar to that other withdrawn submission, the by Danger Duck as well. We have basically two divisions. You know, you have your villagers. You know, two duels that can happen. Two villagers in each. So you have to decide at the beginning, unless he's done something to allow the building of two town centers, which of these two bases you'd build your town center in. And elephants versus berries, essentially. Now, boards gather faster, but I don't know. I don't know about this. Also, I'm noticing like this is another one of those maps where the layout is completely fixed. Completely static. Let me just test something as well. Cap Dram will do. Yeah, I could probably make it across. It's kind of hard to see the shallows. Like this set of shallows here is interrupted. This one might be fine. Like that I'd have to test with a scout. This is definitely interrupted. This one looks fine. Fine. One's fine. What if you win both sides? Honestly, well, okay, so the question is where if you both build the TC on the same side. Let's say you both build it on the berries. Yeah, okay, you both build it on board on the elephants. Although there aren't that many elephants. I'm seeing one. I mean, maybe I'm missing something, but on this generation, there is one elephant. You actually cannot afford to build the TC here. If you do, it will be a brutally slow start. I'm not seeing any golden calves. Oh, there they are. They're hiding. And there are the fish. There are these golden fish. I think basically, I think that we saw this on another Danger Duck map too, where stacking resources on top of each other. I'll have to test how that works out in game. But that could be awkward for gathering as well. Like you want to send your villagers to gather fish, and you know you're not clicking perfectly right, and they're gathering gold instead. Yeah, so if you build the TC in the same section as your opponent, then you fight a duel there, and if in Feudal Age it's so close you'd have to. And then it just continues in Castle Age, and you then both build a TC down there as well. And you could end up in the late game. Or if you build one in each, then essentially you have then you just win. You probably just win your side. And you have each player has half of the map at that point. Because the player without a TC is just going to lose to archers. Yeah, of course, there's Vil fighting too. That's actually you can quick wall your villagers in around a wood line or something, but I don't know. Also, as with some of the other Danger Duck maps, I feel like the visual appeal is lacking. This desert could be more interesting, but although the rest of the map, it looks a bit better overall, I'd say. Also, this fact with the inconsistent shallows across, I don't know. It really depends on how these 1v1s play out. I've made a map like this too, where I had 4 different zones, but the issue is really, what happens when one player wins one side or the other side. Also, these double resources are not a great thing, I think. The shorefish, if you consider that all of the gold has fish underneath it, and that there's an ostrich hiding underneath the elephant, then again, like here we have 3 elephants, right? And we had a generation where we had 1 elephant. Now we have 3 again. It could be rough if you build your TC. But then you build your TC on the berries, and then you also have deer. and you have the golden cows. So you probably have to build down here. I don't know. There's some considerations here, but also a bit gimmicky. You definitely have to chop out at some point. That would take you 3 layers of trees, even if you micro your villagers. That'll take a while. Yeah. Alright, next up we have a small update for a map that we already saw. Nice. Then we have low tide. So let's load low tide. Random map, tiny, low tide, LLLLL. So many maps. I already have a lot of maps sitting around in my folders. Here we have a low tide, so let's read about that one. Hybrid map, which represents a low tide. The water in the south contains many shorefish due to having less water, and some ponds left by the sea where the fish are trapped and can be used. There is no wood on the beach. All the wood is up in the north by the dune, past the dunes. There are 2 piles containing 1,000 wood close to each player's town center. So we'll take a look for those to see if we see those. Water, you choose to control the water or not? Resources are very consistent in terms of placement. The 1 pile of wood is always at the back and the other always at the front. Both secondary gold at the front. Can be buggy in the scenario editor. Why though? That's the question. We'll take a look. Is that quicksand? No. Quicksand looks slightly different and is actually very rarely used. What's it called? Oh, maybe you can't search by where? I'm blind. Where is it? Desert quicksand. Yeah, quicksand looks like that, which isn't any of these terrains. You can't build on quicksand, but because it looks so similar to desert terrain, it's not used very often. Map scripts. It is used in some mega random ones, but you have to be careful with that because players will not realize why they can't build there. So we have a lot of fish, including some doubled up fish. Let's see where we can dock. Anywhere? Alright, so you can dock on this edge, you just need to find a place where there are no fish blocking your dock position. Given this much fish, you have to dock. And then this area looks like you can just walk over it, probably. Some champions. Yeah, so you definitely go dock and then you have your villagers gather shorefish while you make fishing ships. That is 100% necessary on this map. Alright, pile of wood, yep, that's something I pioneered. That works on this map, I suppose? That does look cool. The overall layout is, of course, completely static. Again, we've seen that happening frequently. Yeah, notice there's some fish at the back. Is that the same for both? 3 fish, 3 fish. Seems to be this 1 fish. 5 fish. Oh, they're at the front this time. On the other hand, there's so many fish down here that the presence of these single back ones isn't the end of the world in terms of balance. Because you're going to be sending your villagers down here rather than trying to go for a single shorefish at the back. What terrain is saleable? Only the bottom. Only everything past the docks. Pretty sure. There's the caravel. I saw it. A caravel. Yeah, none of this is saleable. None of this is saleable. Beach isn't saleable. Like this is 100% what you have to do. You have to go for these. You have to go for water and short fish. And then for wood, you probably build your lumber camp on one of these and quick wall around it. Yeah. Interesting. And then okay, and then in the late game you build another TC up here to help secure. TC spots could be a bit tricky actually. Imagine you are red. Maybe you can fit a TC there. Or you have to run around. But yeah, because this dune ridge could make it a bit tricky to get a TC down if you haven't chopped it clearing yet. Depends though, sometimes it's fine. I just think fish will be super dominant. True, you do have, plenty of food nearby, but pro players they're not going to pass this up. Yeah, actually it looks pretty nice overall. And, what it's trying to depict as well, you definitely see that with the, the ridge of dunes, and then you start, the inland area starts inside. Could be interesting. Next up, we have Wailuku, I think. How do you pronounce it? Load scenario. These are not scenarios, by the way. These are all map scripts, of course, but we are loading the scenario editor. Reloading the scenario editor. View. Wailuku. Alright, this time we have a nice fancy. Take a look at this waterfall here while I drink and then read the description to you. Just give me a second. Alright, there we go. Just had to shoot off a message. Let's go. A hybrid map inspired by the river. I'm always sorry if my pronunciation is off on these things. Wailuku, the Hawaiian Islands. Players are separated by a swamp river, with which is buildable and navigable, so should be mangrove shallows. Or there's some changes that allow it to be buildable. We'll see. Containing many gold and some fish. This river goes through a waterfall, and there's a lake containing a good number of fish, and an island that has 2 relics as well as some extra stone. The waterfall separates the top and the bottom, basically. You can't win the water entirely. You have to win 2 different water masses, which is good. And let's take a look. Yeah. No, this is cool. Like, I have not seen any random map that was able to use the waterfall object in a way that actually works. I don't think I've ever seen that. It's, of course, just for visual appeal, but you can't sail down it, of course, or anything like that. But I've never actually seen somewhere where they've managed to set it up properly, so that is cool. We have our island with the relics. That's fine, that's a good place to put neutral relics. One thing looking at the mini-map, possibly as a criticism, I'm noticing some big open areas and not much reason to go for them. But we'll think about that. Let's see, is the amount of wood on both sides the same? That could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7. That could be something to standardize. Consider standardizing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In a map like this. Although you can get your opponent's wood. Given that there aren't so many wood lines, that might be something to do. Yeah, 99 maps. Crazy, crazy. I'm not promising that I'm going to get through all 99 tonight. I haven't gotten through all that many yet. I'm still going strong currently, but in 2 hours might be a different story. All right, so we have the gold sort of hidden beneath these rocks, but it is visible, so that's fine. It's in the river valley. This is all mangrove shallows, so you'll be able to build there. You can also just like stone wall across. The overall amount of gold. So we have our standard, what looks to be pretty standard resources otherwise. And then we have one less gold pile because the gold is in the middle. And there is no neutral gold or stone. So essentially there's less stone than a typical map because there's no neutral stone. Unless I'm missing something. I think this is all neutral gold, but there is... This is also, here it's not making an outline. That would be something too with the, the occlusion mode. If we use this map, we'd probably modify that so that the gold is visible everywhere, not just in some places. There is neutral stone. Yeah, was it down here? I don't remember. Read the description again. The island. Where? Is it hiding under the old stone head? Or is it hiding? It's hiding under these things. Yeah, it looks really nice, but players, especially pro players, cannot be relied upon to find that the stone is hiding under these things. We'd probably, if we use this, we'd also have to change the occlusion mode so that it's visible. Because I can guarantee you the likes of Hera would have been like, oh, it's a stone. Right. The other comments that I have, taking a look at this, looks very nice. This is one of these two where the visual appeal is top notch. Yeah, I don't know. This rest of the back base is a bit opened. Maybe more wood. Maybe. I don't know. That would be one thought that I have. Also, we'd have to double check to make sure that this works always, but it seems to spawn pretty consistently. Yeah, I don't know. Players would... There are also a bunch of fish in the middle, so you'd probably send villagers forward and dock, and then you'd rush the opponent's dock or something like that. Probably what you do gameplay-wise here. Probably what you do here. Yeah, looks good. Really like it. Next up, we have Ring Island. Load scenario. Go. I blank 1v1. Is it under R? Ring. We have a lot of rings. Island. I'm noticing some fish. A circular island with a lake full of fish and a relic in the middle. Abundant starting animals grant you a quick start for water action. You can find additional wood, minerals, and relics in the edges. Your enemy is just around the base. Fight for island control or seize the extra resources. We will take a look at which of these you'd want to do. So, yeah, so basically you're on like a donut. And then the outside has mangrove shallow islands. And the issue that I see here, well, is okay, actually maybe it's less of an issue, but it's still a consideration. All right, let's see. Gold and stone, sort of where they spawn is a bit variable. There's also extra wood on the outside, but you'd be going for the inside wood, to be honest. This TC is pretty close to the water right here. You don't really want a TC that can be ranged from water that easily. That might be something to do more consistently. Also, you don't want gold and stone necessarily spawning in clumps. But overall, the question I wonder is how the water battles will play out. There are fish on the outside as well. And the fish density, sure, it's bigger, it's higher in the middle, but the outside is more important. I think you probably dock both, to be honest. I think what you want to do here is you want to use the circle placement command and just place the players in a perfect circle. Because here you want them right in the middle of the donut ring. If you're gonna have a pretty ring-shaped map, you want to do that. Middle first and then outside. The thing is, winning the outside. How much gold and stone? Like, just winning water on the outside, you can just range this. And this. And this. Okay, the outside is big and ships would have to sail a long way to actually win it. But I feel like the outside is far more important ultimately than the middle. You'd likely go for both still, though. Or you go Dark Age here. Then you just do a bit of burning your fishing ships, and if you lose the middle, so be it. You can't afford to lose the outside. This is just this needs to be a bit further from the edge of the map. Maybe also not have the gold spawn quite this close to the TC, not in farming range. Now, I don't know, like these things, you would, if the game should for some reason go super late, you would want to actually send villagers on transports out to these islands. But this is very vulnerable. The only chance is if you build a castle to actually secure any resource gathering, which could be cool. I'm always a fan of amphibious combat when it works, but I'm not sure how well it will work actually. The sidelands could be a bit more consistent too. Sometimes you have ones like this where you might not be able to find a good spot to build a castle or even a TC. We might have one where there's lots of gold but no wood, or you might have one where there's lots of wood but no gold. I don't know. Or you might have stone that you can't get to until you get rid of the mangroves. Yeah, that was my thought too, that because you have enough fish on the outside, like if there were no fish on the outside, that would actually pose a real dilemma. If the outside had extremely sparse fish or just no fish at all, that would be interesting. Probably you'd want to have a bit more of a consistent spread of outside resources to make sure that all of these islands have something on them. Overall, I like the concept. Could be polished a bit more, but it's definitely an interesting idea. If you had everything connected to the outside, you could have shallows going to all of those lands. That could actually be interesting if all of these outside things had like a shallows connecting it to the middle. It would play out very differently, of course. Or would it? It's still all rangeable by water. Interesting. Interesting map. Let's get our next one. Next up, we have some comments about donuts, and then we have Bog Socotra. Ah, yes, we have. It's time for our water segment of the night, or our mangrove terrain segment of the night. I feel like I've seen this map. I think I helped. Who submitted this? Huh. Wait. Oh, I'm loading Bog Islands. No wonder. There we go. There we go. I thought something was wrong there. Hey, it had bog in the name. Sorry about that. Like Socotra, but boggier, villagers can mill deep fish. Ships can benefit from hill advantages. Has not appeared in any tournaments. Yeah, overall, this was the idea that, oh yeah, ships and melee units can fight on amphibious terrain. That was always my dream as a kid when making maps, but it doesn't work out that well in practice because ships are just stronger than land units for the same cost. Ship, you know, the galley has much better stats than an archer, even if you correct for costs, and has much better pierce armor. And even against melee units, ships are just better, better than land units for the same price. For if you correct for costs, and then demos can get really good value. Fire ships have pretty high attack, and all ships have incredible pierce armor, which makes basically any sort of archers useless, more or less. But let's take a look at this map. So, Bog Socotra. I'm noticing a heck of a lot of relics hidden outside. I think those won't really come into play. The question is whether that's intentional or not. If it's not intentional, what can be done is you can fill up basically the rest of these holes with some sort of forest terrain, or you can use some sort of avoid forest zone to keep relics and resources and other things from spawning in the mangroves on the outside. Other than that, oh my goodness. It is basically Socotra. But you even have... Okay, so you don't have... You do have some fish. You basically have your berry fish close by. That replaces the berries. And then you have a large number of fish in the middle in these shallows where you can't build anything, but you can still walk over it. And then you can only dock, you're only going to be able to dock on these little bits. Goldstone. Not seeing all that much golden stone. 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. I think all the neutral golden stone, or most of it, is trapped on the outside. That would have to be fixed if we use this. And there are way too many relics on the outside, but since they wouldn't really come into play in a typical game, that's alright. Yeah. Probably this map won't be selected simply because of the dynamics of fighting on bog terrain. But it would be crazy. Yeah. Also, what could be done if you want to improve the visual appeal of a map like this is you can do some just terrain masking where it's still bog terrain, but you mix it with other terrains to... We saw that on that one river map, for example, where it's still all buildable, but it isn't just all this blue stuff. You know, you could make the hills different, or you could just add in a bit of terrain mixing. Oh, not these hills too. You just get ranged by ships on hills. Yeah, I don't know. You could I mean, of course you wall everything, but I don't know. That's Bog Socotra for you. Next up, we have Reverse Arena. Now that one, I actually do want to see. That one looks promising, probably. So that's a concept that's been talked about a lot in the RMS server, but I don't think anyone ever made one until now. Let's see. Probably under R. Reverse Arena, let's go. Yeah. And now we can do a bit of theory crafting about how this will work out. So, description. Like Arena, except your walls are around the other player and their walls are around you. Nomad start. Yep. It's a cool idea. Does it actually work well? So from a scripting standpoint, what's happening is this is actually Red's base, but Blue's villagers spawn in it. Well, this is actually Blue's base, but Red's villagers spawn in it. That's how it's implemented, I assume. Let me just quickly check something. I do not agree with the snow jungle mix. Like, -5 points for visual appeal. That's not necessary. Also, you probably want your resources staying away from forests a bit. And compared to normal Arena, I'm also noticing that there are no wood lines in the middle. And no back bases. The lack of back bases, that's okay. Resources could stay from the edges a bit. But I guess the million-dollar question is, how does it actually play out? Like, what happens here? Because essentially these walls, they're trapping you. But, okay, Khmer House Hop, or any tower hops or something in the corner, those are worth considering. Whether that's possible or not. If that's an issue, the corner can be filled. There are ways to do that. Asking the RMS server, that's not that hard to do, to fill the corners with also a wall piece. Question is how it really plays out, right? You're stuck in this base and at some point you want to get out. You cannot get out in Dark Age, unless there's some sort of cheesy hop working. You cannot get out in Feudal Age unless you go like Men-at-Arms. And by the time you get out, it'll be Castle Age. You can attack your opponent whenever you want to, because you just go through the gate or you just make a hole. If you make a hole, then that lets them potentially out as well. Although, why do you want to get out? You have enough resources inside that you just stay inside. And honestly, dumb as it sounds, you probably just palisade along the entire inside. Or build houses because you don't want to waste wood on palisades. And you just build your own wall inside the wall. Yeah. And then like in Castle Age, when you want to get out, you make a ram for melee units. Or your castle or something. Feudal Age walls get down by 2 villagers. I mean, villagers do have a bonus against stone defense, that's true. That would be worth testing, actually, to see how long it takes villagers to get out. On the other hand, if you're doing that, your villagers aren't collecting resources, so that's villager idle time right there. And your opponent, well, they can't wall behind unless they've gotten out already. Yeah, this is one of those that you actually have to play test to see how it works out. I like the idea. I don't know how well it works in practice. That needs to be tested. And do not mix snow and jungle, please. Yeah. I don't know. I'm personally, I know visual appeal is the final criteria, so it won't go heavily into the judging, but I will give my feedback on it nonetheless. That's actually a good point. You could chop through the side trees. 1, 2, like 3 trees. I don't have small trees enabled right now, but you could chop through 2 to 3 trees and you'd get through. That might be the way to do it. And then if you get out first, then you just trap your opponent, right? You ignore the snow alligators. Well, you scout them with your non-existent scout. With your existent scout. But if you get out first, right, then you do whatever you can to keep your opponent from getting out. Just wall them in. What your opponent will then do is drop a castle at some point when they really need to break out. It would be interesting. There would be some interesting gameplay. Next up, we have something called Crocabia, yeah. Goodness. There we go. Crocabia. Crochet? Oh, it is spelled crochet. You do pronounce it crochet, don't you? I thought it was croquet, but I think it is crochet, actually. I know what the wordplay that's trying to be done there. I just sometimes, some of these words, I mentally mispronounce them all my life. I have heard of crochet or croquet. Right. Start with a monk, no scout, and a monastery, no gold, but double the relics. Does the monk have modified stats? Probably not, because I didn't mention anything there. Well, let's take a look. So, I'm noticing a near relic, and I'm noticing that the gold is kind of far away and not very abundant. I'm also noticing more jungles, more tropical snowfall. Like, snow does fall in the desert, in cold deserts, but those cold deserts then probably don't have palm trees. Is the number of relics super high? It's double the normal. I guess that is high. I will stop commenting on the snow. But this starting with a monk, this has been tried and it's not a good idea. Is the bottom line unless you modify the stats of the monk. In Holy Cup we had a whole bunch of monk start maps. There we severely nerfed them into blind lame priests even that had low conversion range or worse stats overall and so on and so forth. And they're still really good because if you convert a villager, that's suddenly a 2 villager lead for you. You say, oh well, your opponent can also convert villagers and so on. But the thing is, you have no defense. You have no defense against it. You can stay home and try to convert your villagers back at the cost of a bunch of idle time. Or what you actually do is you both go harass your opponent, but then it just... It's rough in practice. Yeah, okay, you're supposed to go use the monk to collect relics, but what you actually do is you go harass the woodlines. It is the 3-player size. Sorry about that. I'll fix that. Ah, well, has that fixed our snow? No, it hasn't. Apparently, okay. This one I like the terrain on better. It's still, you know, pretty normal terrain mixing, nothing special, but no snow on a jungle, no snow in a desert, palm trees. Right. The monk with relics start just isn't that fun for players in practice because there's no counterplay. There's no counterplay to the monk. If you have some sort of unit that can only carry relics, that's what you want. Or if you make them convert only in melee range, that was tried. Even that is still good, but at least you have some option to wall against it. Like if this type of thing, you need to nerf the Dark Age monk, otherwise it's way too strong. Next up we have Aguaje Swamp. I think so. Let us load that one. And my game has crashed. Let's restart the game. Now that was just a scenario. I was just loading a scenario. I didn't generate anything. That's just DE's fault. That's not any specific map causing issues. So we will slowly relaunch the game, and I can check Discord and see if there's anything new. Well, I guess I can read the description of the map that we will be looking at next. It's an area in Peru. It's a palm tree that grows in and... Oh, it's a type of... There's a Mauritia flexuosa. It's an aguaje in Peru. It's a palm tree that grows in and near swamps and other wet areas in tropical South America. It is important in many animal species. Several birds using it for nesting and food. Tigers, fairies, fish, and monkeys all depend on the fruit. And enjoy the classic intro for a second, but I'm actually going to interrupt it because I'm not going to watch the whole thing. Testing apps. No. Opening, loading a scenario. Loading a blank scenario is what we loading an empty scenario. Right. And we're back. What was the name of the map? It was A. Yeah, well, a lot of maps that start with A. That's the one. There are some interesting things in the middle already. I'll keep reading. Players start with 3 villagers, a hut, a house. That's basically a house. Standard turkeys, standard javelinas, 2x4 gold piles. Additional gold is spread out around the map in 3 mine piles. The middle is a swamp with fruit bushes and capturable, indestructible fish traps. That is a mechanic I'll have to test in-game at some point. Players also start with a 10,000 HP dock, so it's hard to destroy, and 2 fishing ships. They cannot build additional docks on the swamp terrain. You start with a super high HP dock, but you can't build more of them. I already have an idea about what you can do, and it's going to be problematic, but I'll keep reading for now. All stone is on the border of the map. All relics are in the small swampy ponds, which are spread out through the map and can only be reached by chopping through trees. So, I think the crashing, sometimes it's with a scenario editor, it just, I don't know, some data gets written out of bounds at some point, especially with maps of different sizes. Exactly, walling in the dock. That's what I was going to say. that is what you do, right? So the reason that the reason that you're given these docks is so that because you can't build new ones and they're high HP so that they can stay alive and aren't destroyed early, but the problem is likely that you can just wall them in. Now, bam, bam, dock is trapped. And okay, you want to wall them in. You want to wall them in as close as possible, ideally, so that they can't get any ships out at all. But especially with all the forest there too, you definitely want to try to wall in the opponent docks if you can. Now there are some predators lurking in this swamp, I'm noticing. So that could make things a bit trickier. But I would expect if players can find a way to do it, and there are actually a lot of these crocodiles. If players can find a way to do it, they will definitely wall in the docks. But let's take a look at the rest of the map. We have a starting area, we have no berries. So that's where you have to go to the middle. But I suppose the problem is once there are a bunch of walls floating around, then your fishing ships can't deliver their food either. Since you can't redock. Ooh, that could be awkward. The predators might be the one saving grace that prevents just immediate laming of the opponent dock. If it weren't for those, that would be a problematic. I like these outside ponds. These look cool. This stuff looks cool too. That's basically deforestation happening right there. Very appropriate for the region that's being represented, unfortunately. I like the way this is done. These ponds are supposed to be closed so that you have to chop through to get to them. Seems not to be the case here, which means you could get to the shorefish and so on. I would consider that a bug. Yeah, because all the ponds are usually closed, self-enclosed. Overall, though, the map actually looks pretty nice. Very open. So if you couldn't build in this middle terrain, would that be better? It would mean that collecting this wood is not very feasible. Because you'd have to walk really far. Yeah, you could collect the berries with a mill if these... Let's say this was shallows or something. The fishing traps would be no problem. Then you'd probably want less trees, and then you could just turn this all into shallows, so you can't build anywhere. But then you could dock more. Because the advantage of this, doing it this way, is that... No, you could still prevent docking, I think. When you tested this, you saw that there were dead wolves on the camps, which provide 20 wood and then respawn for 20 food, and respawn for 20 food again. I saw no mention of that in the notes, the description. That would be something to keep in mind for testing, yeah. If that's the case, because you actually gather from wolves extremely fast. Looks very nice. I like these deforestation areas. Players probably won't even see that because they'll be using some sort of stump mods, but casters will see it. And this in the middle, I don't know. That something to think about. Looks nice though. And I like these swampy lakes. Yeah, it could be deep water, but that's I guess that's not what it's supposed to, the region it's supposed to represent. The berries are there too to encourage players to actually go to the middle with villagers. But there are ways to rework this, perhaps, that it works better. I know the person making this map originally wanted to use indestructible docks, but the issue there, you can do that, but then you can't lose because the docks can't be destroyed. So if a player doesn't resign, they could just refuse to resign and the dock would keep them alive. Now, of course, you can make a special rule for that or something, but even the indestructible docks could be walled in. So next up, we have a map called Hisn al-Kharad, and it's supposed to be played regicide. All right. Let's generate that one. So next up we have H. There we go. Take a look at it. I'm going to grab another drink because I've been talking for hours now. All right, so I'm noticing what looks like a fortress of sorts. A fortress in, not as fortress in the map, but a fortress with a castle. Let's read the description. Players start with random placement around circular placed hills for their castles. So they aren't guaranteed to be close to their own castle. Most wood is on the outside and only 4 tiles of stone, and they're further away. Standard gold, boar berries, only 6 sheep, 3 ostriches. A more open regicide map where the game can also be decided in feudal. Special twist, your castle is surrounded by 10,000 HP neutral city walls. This makes for less civ picks. This makes you not pick a civ pick for the unique unit on regicide. And you have to free your king if you want to move it. Castle can start to attack the walls immediately. So, interesting concept. Does it work in practice? That's the question. Actually, it's pretty cool that you have your king. Your king is actually in like a hill, you know, super fortified. You could start attacking the guy walls immediately. Or not. And do you even want to break out? Yeah, there's the risk if you just stay in there that eventually in Imperial Age you lose the Treb War and lose your king to a Treb. But honestly, your king is safer there than anywhere else. And you just use the castle for upgrades. You don't have to kill the king to win in regicide, right? You can just defeat them normally, defeat the players normally. You could kill the king with regicide. You could kill the king Trebs regicide if it comes to that. Like you have the option to snipe the king in Imperial Age. What's the deal with this water? Was there anything? Most wood, blah blah blah. Yeah, there are no fish, and I don't think you can even dock deep water at all. And this looks like deep water to me, so the water is entirely cosmetic. Fair enough. I think what happens actually is that this just plays out like a standard open, very open map. Okay, yeah, that was just cosmetic water, and up here this is quicksand. This is quicksand. So all of this is entirely irrelevant as well. The wood on the outside is relevant. Resources are probably standard. Do you ever start super close to your opponent's castle is a question I have. I think the answer is no. I think the castle always spawns on the hill closer to you. Seems to be the case. You get regicide. The thing is, I didn't define regicide here anyway. So if you play with the game mode regicide active, then you would get regicide resources. Whether you get the regicide villages or not depends on what's done in the script. But you can also do custom regicide, where essentially what you do is you're putting a guard state on the king. If the king dies, you lose. But this isn't. It doesn't actually have to be regicide. I assume that that's what's happening here, because I didn't go and where is it? I didn't go and tick regicide. If I tick regicide here, nothing changes. So you're not actually going to get extra vills on regicide on this map, unless we add it later on. It's basically Arabia with the option to snipe the king and imp with a fast imp. Although even calling it Arabia is not fair. It's more open than that. You have less stone, but 4 stone is still something at least. I like this is cool. It might not lead to that exciting gameplay ultimately, because it is just a very open, normal-ish map. The second mode does. The second mode does give it. The extra villagers depends on whether the map codes it or not. That's dependent on what you have to code in. If regicide, create more villagers, more or less is what you're doing. Like, it's also if I select Empire Wars as well. But if I did regicide mode and we generate something else, then we will get the extra villagers. You have to code it into the map. Next. It might be interesting to actually play it in regicide and to give them extra villagers to start with. What map do we have next? I didn't check. Okay, we saw the pictures of that. First off, apologies for the lack of captured screenshots. No worries. Golden Meteor. Golden Meteor offers a new spin on Gold Rush style maps. G. Golden Meteor. Bam. That looks more like a stone meteor to me. Alright. A meteor full of gold has hit in the middle of the desert, and the gold has scattered throughout the area. With wood on the outside of the map, stone and fish in the middle, and gold in between. Map control and mobility are vital. A player's gold is reduced, resources are otherwise standard. Alright. Bam. So, a nice amount of terrain mixing. The gold is super scattered. Now, there was the previous map that this author tried to do with that didn't work so well. Here it's better. It's not so dense that you can't build other things. So this could work. And you'd be fighting, as you do with a map like this. Let's see, resources looks... That's a pretty close line, I think, but yeah, these lines are pretty close. You have to be careful getting your your zebras, but probably dock the middle anyway. And then you have, you know, dark feudal age aggression around here. You have your walled-in lumber camp at the back. It's very open as well. I like the way that the hills are blended with a different terrain. I approve of that for the visual appeal. Gameplay-wise, it's not really Gold Rush because the gold is scattered everywhere. It might be annoying for players to constantly have to move around their gold mines, but I think that concept can work. Yeah, you might not want the... On the other hand, the lions weren't close to the center. They were more... They more would snipe your, you know, milling villagers if you wanted to. I don't know, there just seemed to be a lot of lions overall. Not necessarily a bad thing, it was just something I noticed. Yeah, the lions are pretty close. I mean, it is far enough away that you wouldn't actually lose villager to the lion. It should be fine, but... Actually, there's a village... Never mind. I take it all back. Lions can snipe the dock villagers. I mean, the main thing that this map does... The fish in the center concept is not unique at this point. That's been done quite a bit. The scattered gold is something that we haven't seen much. That could be interesting to see how that plays out, perhaps. Next up, we have H-E-L, hell, but not hell, but hail. I don't know how you pronounce the Norse region of the underworld, but it's H-E-L. Load scenario. You don't want a lion right in the middle, though. But if the map were chosen, we'd make sure the lions don't spawn towards the center like that. You probably don't want them on the outside either, because then your lumber camp building villager gets sniped. You just need the lions further away overall. Next up, we said we had our Norse underworld region. That sounds cool. Yep. And it is cool. Take a look at this. Look at this. I'm gonna go read the description for you guys. So, in the Prose Edda, Hermund enters Hill by traveling through valleys so deep and dark that he saw nothing, before crossing the Gjöll Bridge, entering the house of the goddess Hel. I don't know how you pronounce it properly. This is a nomad-esque map in which the players begin without a TC but on their own lands on opposite sides of the map. Players start with 5 villagers and a man-at-arms. There are a few gold mines on the map. Many relics. That can always be a tricky concept for a competitive map because of civs with relic bonuses, but we'll see. Players can also earn gold by controlling the monument in the center of the map. Similar to Acropolis, the hillsides cannot be built on, and the Dark Valley can't be built on either. Mitigate camping, player lands are on cracked terrain, where buildings take 25% more damage. So let's see. Age of Mythology. Right here. Yeah. Let's see, like, this is very unique. You know, originality, max originality points here. Does it work in practice? So, let's look around. The villagers start kind of scattered, but you basically just bring them towards the middle and you build. I'm noticing only 2 berries. Oh, 2 sets of 2 berries. 3 sets of 2 berries. Okay, so the berries are super scattered. It's not like you'd build your TC over here, though. You're definitely going to want to build the TC in the middle, more or less. You know, you just wherever you can get 2 villagers together right away. DLC Black is walkable. We're gonna take I was gonna talk about that in a moment. 7 versus 3 relics. That is a fair point. And that, if we were to pick this map, we would have to balance the relic amount so that it's the same on both sides. You'd want to have actually all the resources balanced so that they're the same on both sides. Sort of like you would do on islands. You don't want, on a map like this, you don't want there to be a relic imbalance. Now, yeah, the elephant in the room is whether or not we can walk and build over there. So let's get ourselves a cataphract. Good. Right. DLC, never mind, I was wrong. There's the Battle Royale terrain. That one you can build on and walk on, but DLC Black you actually can't. So, false alarm. Or you actually blocked it, but I believe actually this is correct. Let's just contest that. Is it black? Let's just put black here. I think I got it mixed up with the Battle Royale terrain. Yeah, false alarm. DLC Black is totally inaccessible. Would look better if there's stone all the way around. It works. I think it works overall. The fact that you don't have stone, the fact that you have this this rock terrain means that units, you can't wall to the edge, which allows, you know, some amount of aggression. Like there's just no way you could prevent your opponent from sending their scouts all the way around. You just have to wall on your own area. That makes camping a bit harder. But the only passages are here and here. So it could end up being a pretty campy map nonetheless. Stone everywhere where it's black. Honestly, I like the black. Like that's cool. That makes it unique. If it were just stone everywhere, it also wouldn't look. You wouldn't see it on the mini map either. I want this in the tournament just because it's a cool idea. We'll have to think about whether it's actually a good choice. There's nothing wrong with there being a campy map. There's more relics apparently and less gold, is what the description said. And you get gold by controlling the middle. Stone bordering the blackness everywhere, not making stone instead of the black. Like having it like this everywhere. That might look good. That might look better, actually, rather than having it fall off. You're right. But my point stands as well. By not having the stone, you have a wider area to run units around. It might look better, though, actually, if stone went all the way around. This is true. But this map is, of course, the map is completely static. I will hold that against it, but it's such a cool concept. It is pretty cool. Cool. Actually, it's pretty hot, not cool. Next up, we have Venice Pest. As in Budapest, but Venice. Load scenario. And V. There we go. Alright, time for me to read the description. Venice Pest is an aggressive hybrid map with a 2TC start. Players spawn on shallows and are connected through a canal network. The Alps lie to the northwest and the Adriatic to the southeast. Each TC location has one back stone and one back gold. All additional stone is in the mountains, all additional gold is in the middle between the canals. Players start with 200 food and wood, which helps because it's double TC start. So let's take a look. And judging actually just by Discord, looking roughly, we're about 40% through the scrolling through the submissions channel. That's only a very rough marker of how far we are through the actual count here, but I think we've done maybe a third of them or so. So we have Venice. We have 2 TCs. We have what ends up being a pretty static layout as well, except for the resources and the forests. But does the Venice concept work well? Well, there's no city in the middle, but you do have the canals. So I'll give it some Venice points. Where are the berries? There are no berries. Where are the berries? There are no berries. The problem with a 2TC start is you need to have enough resources as well. I guess there are no berries because you have the fish. I'll allow that. Where are the boars? There's a boar. There's a wolf. Should be a boar somewhere. There's a wolf. There's no wolf. Where are the boars? You need twice as much food to keep them running. And if you don't have that, I mean, it's not a disaster, but that's... With the new Civ, it will spawn. We tested that. I'm pretty sure I tested that on release. It'll spawn on any like El Dorado maps like that. That's no issue. That's no issue. The road is cool. That's a nice touch. You have water. You'll want to go for water because you need food to support your economy. The fish distribution, probably if we use the map, we'd want to standardize it more. You want to go for water because if you win water, you can start harassing TCs. Ships have a lot of pierce armor. You can just sail underneath and start harassing the villagers. You can sail through. It's an interesting idea. It's going to be a water heavy gameplay, but I suppose that's what you expect from a canals map. Is there a list of where you can see the creators? Yes, you can go if you can join the Discord for this event. It's RMS Cup 2. There should be a link to the Discord. I can probably grab a link to the Discord, honestly, if I can find one. Announcements, where is it? Admin. Otherwise, there's definitely, on the AoE zone announcement, there's a link there. You can grab it there. Join the Discord. And then in the submissions channel, you can see who submitted all this stuff. And there's also a zip file where you can download all 100 maps. So that you don't have to download them individually. Next up... Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Next up we have a map called Silk Road. Also, if you join there, then you can look at the descriptions too as we go along. That might be nice anyway. You want to see, and you can see the full map shots of these maps. So yeah, there's the Discord link if anyone wants to join the one for RMS Cup 2. You can also sign up for the qualifiers if you feel that you might qualify for this event. I have not signed up because I will not qualify. Well, actually, no, because I'm an admin. Yeah, no, the Venice map was interesting. Next, Silk Road, we said. SSS. Silk. Oh no, my sheet maps are still in here. Alright. I see a rock road. Description. Random start around an unbuildable Silk Road in the middle. That's actually some AoE 3 vibes right there with the sort of trade routes that you upgrade. And they also can't be walled. Yeah. AoE 3 vibes. If you destroy your opponent... wait. Everyone starts with 2 markets but cannot build new ones. If you destroy your opponents, you can't trade anymore. We'll think about that in a second. 5 trade carts which have 100 HP and slowly regenerate are also set for each player without the chance to build new ones. Okay, so you start with 2 markets, 1 at each end, I assume. You cannot build new markets. You have 5 trade carts that regenerate. You cannot build new trade carts. You start with extra yurts, good for the population space. And a defensive tower, sure. Since all the animals are forward, you have to decide if you want to secure your food, lame your opponent, or try to stop their trade carts. Trade carts are valuable because you only have your primary gold and stone, little resources scattered around the map. Can they be... There is an option in RMS to add a hero status, which adds delete prompt. I don't know if these can be made undeletable, or if they are undeletable. If you delete them, then you can't trade, but your opponent also can't trade, and you've just managed to get rid of the gimmick of the map. But your opponent will still have markets that they can use for buying and selling resources. So that would be rough. You might not want to do that, actually. You might not want to delete your markets. Option 2, why don't you just make these markets indestructible? That would be another option for this map to achieve a similar effect. Basically, what the map creator wants is that players actually use the trade route, right? And I wonder how else that could be achieved. If these markets were indestructible, you could still trade with them, and I don't think a market prevents you from being defeated if that's because it doesn't produce villagers or military units. Although I'm not 100% sure on that if a market can keep you alive. Can you convert an indestructible building? That is an excellent question. Yeah, I don't know. If it works like this, in Dark Age, you start trading, right? You definitely do that because why not? You have markets, you want gold. Now, there is an exploit with markets that you can do with a lot of micro. Yeah, true. I mean, if there's a case where there's something undeletable, you could just have an admin decision. That's not an issue. But let's think about this. If in Dark Age, you just trade, right? And I just lost my train of thought. What was I thinking about? You definitely trade because there's nothing that can be done about it. You're right, the exploit. You can... I don't think this has even been patched out. You can micro your trade cards so that you get twice as much gold by essentially clicking them to the other market if you have a market on each side. And if you constantly click them for each trip, I don't know exactly how it works, but you can. It's a large amount of micro, but it might be something that you actually have to do on this map in Dark Age because it's possible. Normally, this is banned in team games. Building markets on both sides to do this exploit. I wonder about that. It's the classic TC tower. Players hate it. Why do players hate it? Because it makes it hard to garrison in the TC and reduces the space to gather war and so on. However, I personally do this on hyper random, so I'm not criticizing you. Okay, yeah, so why not do neutral markets instead? That's an interesting question. If you just had one neutral market on each side and give players 5 trade cards to start with. Because you need to bring them to your own market. So you would need to have a neutral market, and then your market, and then the other side would have the opponent's market, and a neutral market. At that point, you might as well have 2 markets each. The rest of the map is standard and pretty empty, but the markets, I think this could actually work out gameplay-wise. That would be fun to see how it works. Interesting idea, and I think the way it's implemented actually would certainly get people to trade in Dark Age. Well, it would get people to trade as long as it's possible, and you'd see players try to lame each other's trade, especially because you can't build new ones. You'd see that happening in Feudal Age. Interesting. And they regen as well. It's interesting. There's some random yurts. That's just eye candy, I assume. I think this probably can work the way it's set up. Next up, we have a map called Savannah Valley. Both players' markets on the same side, neutrals on the other side. That could work too, I think. I don't know. If this map gets selected, we can do a bit more research into possible different market setups, but I think the current setup might not even be that bad. We just have to see. If you lose your markets, though, that would be rough, because then you can't sell in the late game. Alright, this one's called Savannah Valley. Players start with 2 town centers, 2 scouts, 2 times 7 villagers. 14 villagers. That's a lot of villagers. Is that true? 2 times 7. That's potentially 7 villagers. That looks more like... That's 7? I'm not counting 7. Counting more like 5 or 6 on each side. Maybe there's some on top of each other. 2 times 7 villagers on plateaus in the corners, direct placement, with snowy forested mountains in the back. You don't have much gold on your plateau, but you start with standard goats and fruit bushes. The valley is a random pattern with many different lands and lots of food and gold. I think we saw this map in a slightly more messy version submitted for one of the contests this spring. The valley is random placement. Yeah, we said that, with lots of different lands with food and gold. Additional stone is on the mountain slopes. In the center is some more stone guarded by wild lions. An early but quite different map of the same name was submitted to Terra Nova Duos. Yeah, exactly, but it wasn't chosen there, so that's fine. And it does look different. Well, the thing about killing the markets is that you lose. If you destroy your opponent's market, you can't trade with it either. So it's on that previous map, so that makes the whole thing tricky to think about what you actually want to do. So here we have our plateaus. The plateaus may or may not, these are not unbuildable, I suspect, because it's not brown on the minimap and the rock terrain is brown on the minimap. Yeah, so this, despite its appearances, you can just build everywhere. No, you cannot build on this bottom ring, but you can build everywhere else. You can't build barracks because it's too sloped. Build the Arch of Constantine down here. You have basically a personal wood line, which is of variable size and shape, it seems. And then you have these valleys, which are pretty random. This looks cool. This also looks... Actually, it might not be. That is buildable, okay. You have a lot of different terrains, basically. A lot of different terrains mixed together. And you have this sort of random conglomerate in the valley. But honestly, I think this is more... does a better job of balancing it than Terra Nova duos, than the old version that we saw then. It looks very nice with the terrain mixing. And the fact that this is all sort of between the players in the valleys means it's less unbalanced. Of course, you still have things where you say, alright, well, you know, this player has a bunch of box turtles in between their lands and here by the opponent. Well, this player also has some. Yeah, I don't know. You'd have to really check the resources to see if it's actually fine, but first glance, this seems alright. Well, sometimes you end up with a dry lake, but the dry lake still spawns box turtles. And it seems that these lakes are always... Actually, there seem to be a lot of the lakes in the whole valley is the real answer. It's not consistent, but there are enough of them that it might not be an issue. And then you have this middle area that's sort of a little stone rush. I think it looks very nice. This valley, there might be some concern that it's not sufficiently balanced, but I think that could be addressed if that's an issue. And I like the effort that's gone in here to blend this desert slowly into dirt, slowly into a reddish dirt, and then that's very nicely done. It doesn't look too messy overall, I'd say. Really, the biggest thing might be to make sure that these forests spawn a bit more towards the edges of the map. Next up, we have Golden Trench. And a loaded scenario. I might have to do an intermission. I think I do want to go through all of them tonight. Like we're about halfway through, I'd say. Maybe a bit more, a bit less, depends on how many screenshots people did. But if I can, I'd like to do them all. At least I've shown them all briefly once. Golden Trench, we said. Gold. Not seeing a Golden Trench. What's the map called? Either I'm blind. I'm only on 27? Oh my goodness. No, don't tell me that. No. 20. That really? Alright, we might have to do multiple streams this week because 7 only. Oh no. Golden Trench. I'm not seeing a Golden Trench. It's ECK. Okay, fine. Only 27. That's not even a third. I'm halfway through the Discord. Scrolling. Maybe the scroll bar is deceiving me. Blame the scroll bar. here we go. Here's a golden trench for you. I need to grab another drink. Alright, I'm back. I'm just gonna grab a snack to sort of eat. Oh, this requires me to talk the entire time, which makes it hard to sneak in eating anything. Golden Trench. A rift has opened up, exposing vast veins of gold ripe for the taking. But who are those curs on the other side of the trench? They want our gold. Well, we are not going to have it. They are not going to have it. The rocky, tight terrain of the trench precludes building TCs or even very many military buildings in the trench, but controlling at least part of it is vital for gold control. Yes, I did consider starting this stream with Penguin Nothing, but then I didn't do that. Yeah, some effort did go into making essentially a Gold Rush map sound interesting. For all intents and purposes, it's not a Gold Rush. Well, it's a Gold Rush style, but the gold is all along the outside, right? So it plays out a bit differently. Can you build even a mining camp? Probably on these bits. I think that should be doable. And mining camp. Yeah, so there's just enough space for mining camps. There is not enough space for TCs or really anything else. Which, that's well done. Usually that's a tricky balance to achieve, but it works here. Valley looks nice. There is some terrain mixing on the outside, which I like. The amount of starting gold is slightly reduced. So you will need to go for the golden trench. And because the trench is so long, unlike a typical gold rush, both players can comfortably be mining part of it. You know, one player is one end, the other player is the other end or something. So it's difficult to contest the entire line. Even a couple of castles won't do that. However, it's also hard to wall in your villagers, or impossible, more or less. Wall in your villagers anywhere in the middle, so they will be exposed to military raids. You essentially need to protect them with your own military. Which is good. Leads to good gameplay. Other than that, nothing special. It's a solid map. Like, we wouldn't go wrong picking this. It's just an elongated gold rush, but it does that very well, I would say. Yeah, you probably... Well, you tower, or later on in Castle Age, you castle some part of it so that you control a certain area. Khmer... There isn't much room even for houses. Yeah, you can build a house. Maybe. Depending on where you mine. Maybe not. It's the amount of space to build is very limited. Next up we have Dueling Peaks, where we have the Castle Hills Return. So let's load up that and then we'll talk about it. DD. This is a DD map, isn't it? I might just have to stop at some point when I get tired or exhausted. Can't believe that we're not even a third through. I mean, that's not a bad thing even. It's amazing that we have so many good missions. It's not a DD map. Which one is it? It's Auroric Dueling Peaks. Ah. Should still be under D though. Dueling Peaks. Dueling, Deluge. Division. Dispersion. Dueling. Oh, it's an ECK one. Okay. Just 100 maps to look through, I know. So this map, I think, needs to be played Regicide, and when you play Regicide, you end up with a king on these hills. I will read the description, and then I will eat my nectarine, and then we can talk about it. Played on Regicide, each player starts with a castle on the peak at the center of the map. The castles are just out of range of each other with Bracer, but are well within Trebuchet range from the hill. Plentiful resources on the map tempt players away from the central map for map control, while a castle and tight wood lines encourage defensive play. An inferior version appeared in the Resurgence contest. Yes, I did look at that one there, but the castle placement is now much more precise and the terrain is rocky to match the peaks. So for this one, actually, we're going to do the old activate Regicide mode and regenerate the map. There we go. Enjoy while I eat something. Alright, so there we have our castles, and apparently they are 1, 2, 3. They are in fact just out of Bracer range. Teutons for the win. Now, you've got your Regicide stuff set up with the extra villagers. It is other than that, it is just an open land map. Lots of rock terrain, but this is all doesn't cause any issues for building or anything. That's fine, that's just cosmetic. Also some cracked dirt, but that's also just cosmetic, so it won't actually make your buildings take more damage. You can't wall up to the castle, this is true. The castles might protect more or less economy depending on where things are positioned. This is true. Although realistically the castle in Feudal at least, or Dark Age, protects no economy. Later on when you upgrade its range it does protect at least some areas. The question is, will this actually be interesting? Okay, actually, no, one concern here, maybe, but it's just a general concern with Regicide maps, of course, is that it lets you build civs that have a strong unique unit might have an advantage, or that have a strong Castle Age unique unit. But that's just Regicide for you. I don't know, could be interesting. And definitely better than when I looked at this map the last time. I think I had offered some suggestions at the time about how to improve it. Well, specifically the placement of the castles. One minor thing I'm noticing I would allow these villagers to spawn at a slightly variable distance so that it's not so heavily skewed towards just all of the stuff being on the left. When you have this many villagers, it becomes a bit too noticeable for my personal taste. That's just a minor thing, though. Other than that, everything else pretty standard. Yeah. Next up, we have Round River. So let's generate that one. Tiny map. Round River. RRR. Rainfall Valley. No. Round Basin. Roundabout Ways. Where's Round... Oh, is it another ECK map? It is. There we go. So. Well, I'll read first and then we'll talk. Players start on a small mainland in the center of the map. The 4 ponds encourage fishing, but the dry, narrow rivers connect all of the lakes. The rivers are navigable, walkable, and wallable. Much of the extra gold and stone is on the edges of the map, past the rivers, requiring expansion in the late game. Previous appearances, none. This is basically, I believe this is Thar Desert that we saw in World Desert Championship, reimagined to be round. Which is different enough that saying that it can be considered a new map, I'm not going to fault that. The idea being, once, as with Thar Desert, you can wall across this to block ships if you want. I'm noticing that the players start pretty close together in the middle. So this is... all of these neutral resources are just, if it isn't decided already by, you know, a hugely successful tower rush at the beginning, or whatever early aggression happens in the middle. And docking, the fish amount is modest. Players will likely dock, but it's not excessive. And I always like this cool ability where you can actually wall off the rivers. Yeah. Yeah. No other comments. It looks, you know, looks fine. Also being elevated compared to the water helps land unit, although the ships can sail up here, so that's actually doesn't really mean anything. It gives ships an attack bonus versus docks if they sail up here. But the main reason why this all exists is so that you can wall off here. Or here or something to block off the river. Next up, we have a map called Jungle Camp. And we're going to load that. I think we're not going to get all the way through today. Fatigue is starting to set in a bit. I'll keep going, but we are not likely to make it today. Or maybe tomorrow. I might be able to do another stream tomorrow. If not, then I think Tuesday is not so good for me. Actually, Tuesday might work as well. Otherwise, I'll have to finish up like Friday. Let's see. So Jungle Camp. Jungle Camp is a simple, standard 1v1 tiny map. Okay, yeah, that is just standard 1v1. Players are trapped in their jungle camp and must chop through a single line of trees to access and explore the rest of the map. The map includes a shoreline on either the west or the east, which may or may not have a significant amount of fish. The edges of the map are aligned with 5 different locations for additional golden stone. The center spawns a random amount of relics, and the players can battle for, and also includes 2 patches of zebras that can be taken advantage of for those who brave the lions. So we're seeing a jungle camp, a shoreline, additional golden stone, relics, random amount of relics, and that's interesting. Resource notes: 3 randomized groups of goats per player, so they can randomize how much are inside and outside. Okay. 1 elephant. Map can spawn 1 to 8 relics. Interesting. Fish distribution seems low. Not strange, low. Was that listed on the things that can be random? Just double check. May or may not have a significant amount of fish. Well, now it has a significant amount, and now it has an insignificant amount. As long as the distribution is even, I think that's great to actually force players to scout how much fish there is. So, the jungle camp itself, it's only 1 tile thick, so I guess that's okay. You just chop through immediately, or pretty soon. Well, immediately actually. You have to chop through right away, or otherwise your opponent chops through first and steals your goats. That's one thing. Your scout starts inside, so there's an advantage to the player who gets their scout out first and is able to lame or steal the opponent's goats. There's also the matter that you don't know how much fish there will be until you go check, which could make sieve picking. It's fine, you can pick a sieve that doesn't necessarily need to go for fish but can. But the distribution could be a bit more even, maybe even. It means you can't immediately know if you want to add it. You could just decide it doesn't matter how few fish there are, we're going to dock anyway. Or you can say, alright, I'm going to send my scout along the coast and check, and then dock later. Honestly, like, maybe it's my newbie self speaking there. I see that as less of an issue. But I guess players really want to know what they're going for ahead of time. But yes, if there is fish, players will dock. That's is actually pretty true. There's also the matter of the relics, where something. It's same with the fish. You know, you could pick a civ that benefits disproportionately from relics. Let's say it's Lithuanians or something, and then whoops, you only spawn 1 relic. Well, damn. You better grab that 1 relic. Oh, there's a second one. Oh, there's a third one. Never mind, it's not as bad as I thought. But same thing, you're doing a bit of a gamble with your civ. Could be a bit more terrain mixing both in the water and in the area over here, just cosmetically. I actually like that it's not, you know, because the layout is pretty fixed, but at least the resources are random enough that you have to scout, and you have to adapt to what it actually is when you see what it is. Players won't like that, but I think that can be a positive thing. My biggest worry actually is just the fact that you could steal your opponent's outside goats if you get out first. Although if both players get out at roughly the same time, then that wouldn't happen. I like the forest walls idea makes it unique. True, maybe palisade walls would be better. Yeah, okay, if there are 5 fish, like they need to be perfectly spaced, I would say, to make it fair. Not like this, where you have 2 there, 1 there. You want all 5 to be perfectly evenly spaced. But honestly, it's good that this map tries to randomize resources, because we've seen most or many of the maps we've gone through have taken completely standard resources, which is the safe bet. Submitting a map. Next up, we have Rainfall Valley, which is a name I recognize. So, Rainfall Valley, let's go. Oasis surrounded by desert, where the resources are plentiful, but danger is never far away. It looks like a real place and not just a map. It should generate as fair as possible without making every generation look the same. Scouting the map matters. Walling is hard in every age. Players will have to spread out their economy all over the map. No gimmicks. Yes, it's an open land map, like Arabia or Gold Rush, but it still offers a challenge. It's from Mediterranean Savannah variants. Yeah, this map was submitted for RMS Cup, but it was only played in a show match there. It's changed somewhat, but it still looks similar to that. But it was only a show match. I think we were going to allow this anyway, even though it's pretty borderline on what exactly the rules are about using previous maps. I think this is technically allowed. So, the lake has no deep fish now. This is true. The lake is also smaller, I believe. I like the terrain mixing. I like how this, you have this border into the desert. And generally believable, nice-looking terrains overall. Gameplay-wise, well, the resources are pretty standard, right? You have the extra res. Are they concentrated, especially in the dunes? I would say it looks like it, yes. Which should be okay, because those dunes are usually more or less fairly spaced. And I like, personally, that it isn't just a completely static map. I find that personally more appealing, even though it's not as perfectly competitively balanced as a result, but that is the trade-off you make. I see some birch trees. Those are new. Will mid get used? Well, the thing is, there might not be room to build a dock at all, so you'd mill the center, which you could do, but you don't have to. You have other resources as well. There are enough alternative hunt sources that you could, you can mill the zebra and ostrich instead of milling the shorefish. That type of thing. You probably mill something. It doesn't have to be that. Maybe depending on how close to the center you spawn. Ah, looks good. Looks good. I like the look. Next up, we have a map called Jungle Lake. Oh, let me scroll a bit. Where am I going to make a cut? Like, these were submitted on the 12th. Oh my goodness. Let's look at Jungle Lake. Yeah, let's do that. We'll look at Jungle Lake. J. There we go. The tried and true fish in the middle concept. It works well because players will usually go for fish. And by putting it in the middle, you then force, or you facilitate an early conflict for the middle. So, Jungle Lake. Arena-style map where things happen before minute 15. Feudal aggression is possible thanks to palisade walls placed on unstable ground. Central Lake. Yeah. And no surprise in castle next to your base thanks to impossible to scout back stone. Okay, we'll look for that. So we have palisade walls on cracked dirt, no less. Palisade walls don't have that much HP anyway. That's a good way to make the cracked dirt an option, because there, since it's already pre-built, you wouldn't go and delete it either. You just accept that you have these walls that are very weak. And you start with some farms. And you start with a decent amount of wood actually inside your walls. These are just palisade walls though, right? So it's land map with a fair amount of forest, more than your typical Arabia. And we have a heck of a lot of deer on the outside. Really a lot of deer. Don't know if that matters for the likes of Mongols. Possibly. Like the cracked, that's a cool idea, and I think that works well. Other than that, I think. Well, the farms also jumpstart your early. Do they jumpstart your early? They keep you from having to spend wood early on. You can collect all your food and then go to the farms. So many deer. So many deer. Yeah, no, overall, it is a palisade arena. Palisades are pretty weak, and there's a lot of wood. But since you're walled anyway, the fact that the map is wallable doesn't matter. And apparently there's a back stone, we should look for that. Impossible to scout back stone. Let me read that again. No surprise castle next to your base, thanks to impossible to scout back stone. I do not see a back stone. Okay, never mind. Okay, that's not a thing anymore. I'm not sure that you have to go for the central lake on this map either. Players might, but milling a bunch of deer is surely viable as well. Which is good that they're different options. Oh, I see. The wording. Sorry, I'm getting tired. Yeah, okay. The wording was supposed to mean that the stone is forward, so you can always tell if your opponent is going for it. Yeah, I'm getting tired. Well, everything is forward because there is no back base. Well, it is masked, so you don't see it as well. That's true. On the other hand, it doesn't really matter. Players. I mean, I guess unless players are looking at it and they think that they have 25% more time to get a villager there to build a house behind it, and they miscalculate and let things in because they don't send something early enough. That, I guess, could be an issue, but pays to read the map description at that point. Next up we have Golden Bay. Load scenario. Okay, we have a bay, we have gold, we have a base. We will read a description. Alright, combines the best of Gold Rush and Baltic. Hybrid map, all gold in the mountain can't be controlled by a single castle. So, let's take a look. There is a generous amount of fish on this generation at least. All the stone is on islands. All the relics are down there, but all the gold is up in the north in these mountains. And sometimes it generates the other way around, and the gold is in the south in the mountains. Also, these mountains may or may not be completely buildable. Nope, you can't. There's a line of unbuildable rock. On both, yeah, either if it's icy or not, depending on whether it's north or south. Do the islands get cold when they're in the north as well? We should take a look at that. No, the islands are still tropical. Fair enough. Oh, it looks nice. Yeah, I mean, basically you have water and gold to go for. It's what happens is you in Dark and Feudal Age you fight for water, keep fighting for it in Castle Age because it's a lot of fish, and you have reduced starting gold. So then you also start moving towards this area, and you realize, dang, it's hard to find a good spot for a castle. So despite the fact that you can wall your own base, well, you wall your own base, you fight for water, and then you fight for the center. Good work. Good work, and looks nice. Doesn't look that bad. Yeah. And I am seriously considering Border Wars. I need to do a bit of counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This goes on and on. 99. It's a crazy number of maps. On the 15. I mean, we got a whole bunch that just came in today. Yeah, okay, the scroll bar is definitely lying to me. Oh no. I think I'm not up to quality anymore with the streaming here with my commentary. I think I'm falling off a bit. So I think I want to... Oh man, we haven't really gotten that far at all. Dear, I should continue. Alright, I think... Alright, we'll continue a bit more. We haven't gotten not far enough yet. Oh dear. There's so many good maps. Oh my goodness. The scroll bar was just lying to me. We are not anywhere near being through. Oh my goodness. I'm just scrolling and it just keeps going on and on and on. Alright. Things I actually need to spend time actually judging them too. Oh my goodness. Alright, what we're gonna do is we're gonna do some lightning fire. We're just gonna look through all of the rest of them really like 1 minute a map. And maybe I will come back and do some more streams during the week. I think I might be able to do one Monday or Tuesday and probably Friday. But we're going to have to power through right now and do a super 1 minute look at each map because we are nowhere near close to being halfway done. It's insane how many maps we have here. So, next up we have something called Border Wars. Actually, I am gonna reload the scenario editor, despite wanting to be fast. I think that is necessary, just because many of these will be changing things. So, let's go. No more lengthy discussions, Border Wars. We just want to see what they all look like at this point. I apologize to the people who submitted their maps less than super early, that they're now getting a bit less me talking time, but you should have submitted your maps early, and I should have started looking at them earlier. No, it's Bog Socotra. No, what have I done? Where's Border? No, no, no. Oh, shit, what's this map called? It's called A Border Wars. Not Bog Socotra. A Border Wars. Thank you. There we go. We have what looks... I'm not going to read the descriptions now. Looks like there's a Gaia wall in the middle, and you need to fight through. It also... It might be indestructible, actually. Doesn't say that it is. Nope. 2TC start. So basically you have 2 battles, and eventually you can link up, or however soon you want to destroy the Gaia wall, you can link up. Next. We have a map called Brooks. Alright. Get that one. No AI script errors, go away. Brooks. B. Our Fall of Rome. What is this? Is it called A Brooks as well? It is called A Brooks. Dang it. A Brooks. Alright, and then we have A Canyon and A Kronos as well, so let's do those next. Okay, we have some Brooks. These is surely dockable, or probably dockable. I think it likely is. We have nice looking streams. It's like a rivers map, but with shallows. Many shallows. And we have some cool looking... I feel like I saw this map submitted either for Resurgence or Terra Nova Duos as well. But I think I also made the comment that this looks nice when I looked at it last time. Next. Yeah. Feel free to keep up the commentary talking about the maps. I'm just going to keep going, though. Canyon. It's going to be called A Canyon. And I think this player didn't upgrade a bunch of stuff, so we're just going to generate A Canyon right away. This is the same map creator. Let's go. Oh, yes. This looks cool. This looks cool. Although, apparently the canyon is mostly impacting the player in the south. There seem to be some balance issues regarding how deep the canyon is. This... there was a map that was submitted for one of these contests as well that had similar looking water, and I commented on how I liked it then as well. It's still well done. I still like it. The canyon structure is perhaps a bit too random, but it looks real nice. Yeah. And because we're going super speed, I assume this is walkable shallows. It better be. I think it is. It's the shallows, but with deeper water massed over it. Yeah, and there was like a Norwegian fjords map that was submitted, I think probably by the same person that also did this, and it just looks amazing. Next up, we have a map called Desert Basin. We're gonna go 1v1. We'll load scenario. right? And it's actually called Desert Basin, yeah. And we have center fish. We have some pillar. We have some eye lakes that are very square. This one looks a bit too blockish, I think. I guess it's supposed to. We have player lands. We have all of these different lakes are connected to each other. And there's a lot of desert. The wood distribution on the outside. 1, 2, 3 wood lines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 wood lines. That might need some work. Next, we have a map called Dispersion. Did this map here do any special upgrading? No, I think so. We can just continue. We're only going to restart this narrator when we need to, or when we think something's wrong. Dispersion. Let's go. Richer resource deposits are further from the starting locations. 2 neutral outposts can be captured for vision. I wonder if they can be recaptured or not. That would be a good mechanic if that was possible. They convert back and forth. Other than that, I think looks like the forest, these big forests seem to be balanced, that there's one on each, close to each player, more or less. It looks like the positions are entirely fixed. And then there's of course these things where you have more resources further away, but it's overall it's an open land map. Yeah. Yeah. Next up, we have... Okay, so yeah, it looks like those buildings, the outposts can convert back and forth based on what I see in the cap trade screenshots, where it's the trade workshop icon. Next up, we have a map called Pasture. So let's get that one. Okay. Pasture. There we go. Oh, this looks like a typical Cruzini map. No offense. But with, 2 round lands between the players, a lot of wood on the outside. At least the map structure looks like that. Sometimes, of course, the lands are closer to one player than to the other. That type of thing. Some shallows in the middle. This is 100% what Cruzini's maps look like. Or many of them. The ones that are in game now. It isn't though, it's by someone else. The grass could use a bit more terrain mixing, I would say. But it's basically two hill gold rush. Very open. Next, we have The Park by another different person. That one. Alright, let's go. I think, do we have any special upgrades here? Probably not. We can go to the park. P for park, or is it going to be The Park? Check. The file is called. It's called The Park. Okay. Oh, you guys wanted to see Penguin Nothing. Interlude. Penguin Nothing. It has penguins. Best map. 12 points out of 10. The Gaia penguin, they're aggressive, they'll attack you, you can't capture them. These maps have 4 round things instead of just 2. That's true, actually, they often do. let's see. Let's take a look at. Well, we were looking at the park here. We wanted to find the park instead of penguin stuff. Yeah. The penguin map already won. That's going to win at least 2 or 3 of the 10 possible winning slots. The zoo. No, the park. Okay, we have a road with trees around it. That's not what it looks like in the screenshot. Let's try that again. Does it have different seasons? Or am I supposed to be looking at... Oh yeah, it does have different seasons. Okay. Many round things. Yes, we've seen a lot of round motifs, but map design lends itself to doing that. And it looks more organic than doing square things. Okay, so we have different seasons. We have a park. This should be wallable. Unless I'm missing something. Let me quickly check the description. Yeah, nothing special about that. So that's wallable. That's just aesthetic. So essentially it's very wallable, which might be something that's frowned upon for a competitive map, but doesn't necessarily have to be a bad thing. And we have our gold rush in the middle, surrounded by a lake. Controlling this middle is important, but there is also some neutral. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's just a pretty wallable map with some water. If you control the water, you control the gold. But there is some neutral gold too, so that's not the end of the world. Next up, we have a map called the Zoo. No. Oh, the Zoo is coming later. We have a forest meeting. All right. F. Or what's it called? AK. It starts with A. Fine. There might actually be more gold on the outside, but when you ignore the players like starting gold, then the center has more than the remaining neutral gold, I would say. Okay. Open map where players are separated by a central forest to which a rocky path connects 2 bases. No full wall possible. The edges are also rocky. This one, I think, like from map design concept, it's a good idea. It doesn't quite have the visual appeal. Of course, that's not the most important criteria by far. Resources seem like they generate fine. Sometimes this rocky path gets interrupted, sometimes it doesn't. Doesn't really matter though. Basically this path means that you can... It just makes it super hard to wall. You can't wall. You small wall around your resources, and then you wall around your wood. And sometimes we have a third road, just randomly. That's connection generation for you right there. I did something... This, on the other hand, is not so good. Where this player isn't connected to the center at all because the connection just prefers running around the outside, going past this player's base into the center that way. The rocky edges are there so you can't wall to the edge, I assume. That's why they're there. The edges might well be 4 lands, but the purpose they serve is to keep you from walling to the edge and making sure that you have this rocky connection connecting the outside to the inside. It has a few consistency issues with how these rocky paths spawn. That could be addressed though if it's necessary. You know, if we were to pick this map, I would know how to address that and make it more consistent, I think. Or I'd find a way to do it. I think the concept works. The map could use more visual appeal. And it is very open. It's not that... It is ultimately just an open land map as well, which is very hard to wall land map too. You, especially here, you know, you really have to watch where you put your farms so that you don't mess up and have them completely misaligned, and just very hard to wall. Yeah. Next. New England. Alright, we can probably just generate that because this map surely didn't do any fancy UP effects. Yeah, okay, what is the file name that this person used? ILE. Top tip, if you're submitting maps to a map contest, don't put your personal prefix at the front of them. I don't know if I always follow that, but I think I actually did remove like the ZN at the maps I submitted to recent contests. It makes it a lot easier when you have 100 maps to go through. Of course, you know, no criticism, but New England, let's go. So we have small island, golden stone, water in the middle, no fish, water in the middle, no fish. So the water just provides a bit of a barrier. You wouldn't dock that. I would suggest looking at terrain masking to make this snow stuff look more visually appealing. All the gold is in the north along the top. All the stone is in the middle. Plenty of fish. You'd definitely be going for water on this map. I put all of the 100 maps in this in one folder for this stuff. For looking at them right now. Ooh, it can generate non-winter maps too. Actually, shout out to anyone who actually put in, you know, multiple seasons. Although you only get the bonus points if you implement it yourself rather than just copying it from an existing map. Because that does add something to have seasonal variations. Plus, if you play with no snow, you don't see all this anyway. Could probably use a bit more terrain mixing. Spice it up a bit more. You don't like seasons. Fine. I like seasons. Actually, it depends. It depends on the map. If the map is representing a specific geographical region, especially one that's tropical where there are no seasons, then you don't need seasons. It really depends on what you're trying to represent. If you're representing a type of geographical feature rather than a location, then seasons might be more appropriate. Next up, we have a map called Green Pit by the same guy or gal. Green Pit. We have Oasis. What makes this map different from Oasis? Green pasture. Green Pit is rich in food and wood. You still need to move out to the outside to collect gold and advance through the ages. So it's Oasis, but your gold is on the outside and your stone is on the outside. No, it doesn't look too bad, but I think it's probably doesn't add enough originality that we're going to select it, I think, is my 1 minute hot take. It's just a slightly different Oasis. Yeah, the outside looks cool. The middle looks bland. Outside looks good. Outside should have actually been... Yeah, that's a good idea. It should have been brown on the minimap. That's a good idea. Guys, read the chat afterwards if you're looking at the VOD. There's some good suggestions and discussion happening there. If it's readable, I need to make the chat bigger and put something black behind it so you can actually see it on the VOD. But now is not the time to be doing that. Green Pit. There's one more by this author, and it's called Forest Pass. So let's look at that one. This one, forest on both sides. You're fighting in the pass. There seems to be a distribution of tiny single tile golden stones. Yeah, I think that's the main thing. That will annoy players. They have to go hunt around for those. Other than that, pretty standard. Next. Next up, we have the pasture script. We must have already looked at that, though. Next up, we have something called Fractal. I think for that, we're going to generate a new scenario. Right. How long has this stream been up? Now we're nearing 4 hours. Okay. No wonder. I clearly didn't go through fast enough. Fractal. Let's hope it's under F and I don't have to go hunt for it. There it is. So, we have a fractal. A fractal was used to generate the lands for this. So we have the shape like that. The shape is going to be absolutely fixed. The only things that vary are the resources and the forests on the outside. And looks like this little pouch at the back has golden stone and a zebra. That's probably always the case, yeah. And then you have this area over here that is like a mega golden stone area. And everything else is Socotra. All your other resources are forward. Almost linearly forward, even. And reeds only have 50 wood. Nevertheless, fish isn't super accessible. It might become a thing, though, in the mid-game. Although you probably want to prioritize chopping out to the land, because it's a safe backland. That's even more valuable than the fish. And there's a relic hiding in each of these corners of the fractal. That's fine, I suppose, unless the fact that I think you can probably, the villagers can probably chop away the wood and then you can get to the relic. That will likely work. Yeah. I think I covered everything important for this one. Yeah. Exactly. It's what chat is saying. That's what it's supposed to look like. If you Google it, you'll see a pattern similar to that. You see, each of these bulbs, and then you have a smaller bulb, and then smaller bulbs again, and then you don't have enough resolution in RMS to do any better than that. Next up, we have something called Mining Town. Let's take a look at that one. M. Mining Town, go. We have a mining town. We have a lot of wolves have overrun the mining town, and we have some decaying town centers. Gaia Market, some Gaia Docks. Each player has two personal gates to get in. And standard base, but with considerably reduced golden stone. So you have to, it's Gold Rush. It's Gold Rush, but themed around a mine, which works. the distribution in the middle could be better. Like the red player here clearly has the advantage, I want to say. And the gates are open, interesting. Though, I mean, some sort of fancy tricks are being used to place the gates, I have no doubt. And getting gates to generate at all is always tricky. This is better, where everything's in the center. Let me just quickly check in the description with anything. Mining town, gold rush. Unfortunately, due to local mining laws made by the non-existent or destroyed town, only mining camps can be built in the center. That's an important piece of information. We have a forest blocking a gate somewhere, or we had one on a previous generation, we might have. So you can only build mining camps in the middle. So this is, I guess we can see that this is actually rock terrain and it's been changed so mining camps can be placed on that. Fair enough. That helps with the issue of being able to contest everything with a castle. Doesn't alleviate it fully because you can still put a castle just on the outside and it covers a pretty good area. That helps. That helps. And respect for getting the gates to place properly. I know that that is not easy to do. And it's in fact not something I've done myself much. Next up, mining town. Low, ancient valley. All right, let's reload for that. Ancient valley, go. All right. We have valley in the middle. It has shallows on one side, fish on the other. I think some of this is, the brown water is deep. Probably the green water here might also be deep. Quickly, very quickly. That. This is completely shallow. This has deep areas. Fair enough. The outside is filled with or is bordered by unwallable, or has unwallable rings in it, so lots of small walls only on wood lines. You have this duel in the middle, the fence is just cosmetic. Looks very nice. Nice visuals. Of course, it's a completely... No, I was going to say it's completely standard duel, but it's not the case. Maybe this should have been called, like, Pill or something from the shape. But no, it's... Ancient Valley works as a name. Yeah, it looks good. Still, overall, of course, it's a directly scripted map. Pretty static in the layout. But... at least the golden stone, like these two sides vary, right? You have your golden swamp on one side and the more lake-oriented other side. It's sort of plays like the Bay or some of those maps like that, I would say, with just it being a bit harder to wall on the back. Golden swamp. Next up, we have a map called the Zoo. Yeah, I remember seeing something called to that while we were looking through our map list a moment ago. The Zoo was under T, wasn't it? Zoo, next to the park. Yeah, I would hope we see lots of animals. We do see some animals. Alright, let's see. Have we managed to get all the animals? I see wolves, lions, ibex, wolves, rhinos, lions, deer, rhinos. Alright, so there are no zebras, there are no elephants, there are no tigers, there are no Komodo dragons, there are no crocodiles. We're missing a lot of animals here. This is unacceptable. Did I say that we don't have ostriches? We don't have those either. This clearly is missing a lot of animals. Also, I guess, yeah, camels and stuff like that. We could also consider... Ah, alright. We'll regenerate. Fair enough. Nevertheless, a zoo should have a large variety of animals. Okay, I see elephants instead of rhinos, it seems. Bears. Okay, we saw some bears. Deer. I've seen deer in, like... Actually, I have. But they have them in sort of more like nature park zoos. Actually, penguins are a fair point. Alright, other than that, what can we say about the map? Completely flat. But I guess that's okay because... the zoos. It's nomad. So you go let out the bears or something. No, you break into whatever area you want because you need food to start with. So you break into like an ibex pen. Or you break into one of these and get mauled by a bear. No, you look for goats. Then you break into an ibex pen. I feel like, honestly, you should just go all out on the zoo concept and have every animal. Have every animal on it. Yeah, you'd need a bunch more lands with different terrains, but that is doable. Each of those lands, you could just have all of these be. We don't have hundreds, but we have enough terrains that you could have many more different ones. You could even have penguins. True. You don't necessarily, but you should have different terrains. You know, penguins might not want to be in the same terrain as a lion is. And a lion might not want to be on snow. Yeah, I think you just need to get all the animals in the zoo. That would be fun. Right. 20 exhibit zoo. Must be tested in skirmish, because otherwise your villagers will capture the walls, probably. Actually, yeah, this is important to keep in mind. Your villagers cannot break in because they'll repair the walls instead of destroying them. So, with that in mind, the amount of food that is actually accessible to players might be too little for a nomad map, because you only have goats. That could be a concern. Also, we do need more animals in the game. We do need more animals, and zebras and ostriches. Zebras could be okay in a grassland. Ostriches are really more of a dry savanna type of animal, yeah. What animals do we need in our game that we don't currently have? I mean, something like penguins just directly as a Gaia unit and not as a cheat unit. You know, we could just have a wild penguin as a unit. That would be a good start. We could use some whales, things like that for the water. We need more deer equivalents, like a Gemsbok or something. Polar bear. Yeah, we do need more Arctic animals. You do start with an Eastern swordsman, as has been pointed out, that can open walls. Deer equivalent for jungle maps, like the name is escaping me, but they're basically animals similar to deer in every continent. There are more predators we could have too. Yeah, we need more animals. None of the small DLCs that we've gotten for the definitive edition have added any animals. Moose, elk, yeah. What else? Are there any other domesticated animals? We could have chickens. No mice and ants, those are too small, but you could have like a termite hill as a scenario editor object. Sharks, you could have sharks. Definitely have whales. Although whaling was more of a thing after the Age of Empires 2 time period. A bit more, although whaling probably was a thing as well. Starting chickens, yes. I mean, we have turkeys, chickens should be very doable. You can just don't even make new graphics, just have another object called a chicken and just use the turkey for it, like the boar javelina thing. Javelina. Alright. Enough zoo talk. We have, I don't know, probably 60 more maps to get through or something ridiculous. Let's go. First Settlers is the next map we want. First Settlers load scenario. Let's go. F, is it on first? Is it on first? Not on first. It's FC, alright. Foreign aid. Oh, First Settlers, there we go. I just crossed the midway mark. Wow, good. Now, even with these, I mean, this has been a 4-hour stream. If I do the rest at a quick pace, which might not happen because we'll get distracted and I'll get tired and be slower, we still have like 3 hours to go. I'm willing to stay up that late though. It's okay for me tomorrow. That'll be fine. So, this map has gold on cracked terrain on one side, stone on snow terrain on the other side, water on a lake on this side, and berries on this side. So we have 4 different things. We need like a counter that says I need someone to manage my stream who does the overlay for me and has a counter and it's like tick 51, 52. Yeah, so we have 4 different resource areas that we can go to. Other important things. Will players choose to do this or that? Sounds good. And the middle is basically a wood area. And I assume it's Nomad. I'm not seeing... Okay, the villagers are super scattered. Do they start in each corner? The villagers are pretty scattered. Very hilly, which can be tough on a Nomad map, because you cannot build hill TCs if there are any hills at all. But there are enough flat plateaus that that's okay. People might do the classic thing of docking on Nomad, because that's what you do on Nomad. Although you could just TC the stone instead. Alright, it's a nomad map with 4 different areas. And yeah, the point about trapped things, that would be one thing to consider, is to keep resources, and especially villagers and units, away from forests and cliffs. You don't want your starting villagers trapped like on a cliff, behind a forest, something like that. That's not too hard to do, though. You just do avoid forest zone and avoid cliff zone. Put that on the resources too. Next up, we have Foreign Aid by the same author, which is nice because then I can just do this. Praetorias on cracked terrain, and they seem to be much closer to the red player than the blue player. All players balance, blah, blah, blah. Opponents destroy the Praetoria, cracked terrain, Praetoria hit points. Yeah. So that's not a bad idea to put the Praetorias on cracked terrain. It should probably be made certain that the Praetorias are either, you know, always close to their own respective player, or always right in the center or something, so that you don't have ones that are much easier or harder to defend than usual. Other than that, look into some terrain mixing or terrain masking to make your maps more visually appealing and not just be, you know, grass, cracked desert, and water, standard water. The only shorefish, it'll be tough to even find a place to dock, and you can probably dock block the map. You might be able to do that. So one consideration would be to keep the edges, just these lands, just a bit further away so that you can't block with a dock. Might need some more balancing, but I like the idea of putting Victorias on cracked terrain. And like sending a feudal attack against Victorias is definitely a thing that can be done. Seen that saw that in some hyper random games. Next up, we have a map called Feud, which has a long description about a piece of the True Cross. Nomad. All right, let's generate it first, and then we can read the description. All right, what? After capturing the only relic available, you will start a relic victory countdown. Does it need to be played on relic victory? A monk carrying the relic walks slower. Lithuanian civilization can only reach a +1 bonus. Alright, and it is using effect amount. That is good to know. So we have a relic in the middle. Oh, the villagers start in the middle too. Because, so that they can see this relic, they essentially... Why is this a problem? Because you end up with something like Berbers, and you just win the will fight straight up at the beginning. Although players can quick wall and such, but this is an invitation to Vil fight. Or, since it's one relic, and if you actually play Relic Victory, what you want to do is put your TC right here, and right here. And then if your tournament has rules about nomad maps regarding placing your TC unintentionally or intentionally next to your opponent's TC, then immediately you're forced to get a restart or an admin win or loss or something. I'm not 100% sure on the rules. Siesta might be able to answer that. Yeah, that's what I thought, that there were rules about that. Honestly, this type of concept might be better for like an 8-player free-for-all. Like you could have this be a capture the relic. You could make a capture the relic map or something that starts like this with everyone in the center. Because in a free-for-all, you don't want to vil fight, because the other players might not all be doing the same thing, vil fighting. Yeah. Next up, we have a map called River Basin, and we are going to, since this one apparently does some effect amount stuff, yeah. That start specifically would invite players to break the rules regarding Nomad. All right, what did we say the next one was called? River Basin. River Basin. Let's go. This looks nice. Actually, the mini-map is extremely messy, but personally, I think it's in a good way. You could probably reduce the clutter a little bit if you mask the terrain slightly differently and don't have dirt, whatever's, you know, making dirt appear here, not appear here. But I like the overall visuals. It's sort of like Land of Lakes a bit. That's the vibes I'm getting here. All of this seems to be shallows. Or beach, perhaps? Is it normal that you can build fence on shallows? Maybe I need to read the description. Fortified palisade wall, let's go. Huh. Okay, it looks like there are some changes going on with regarding shallows. Let's just try something else. Let's build a Fatoria. Yeah, okay. It seems everything can be built in these shallows. What? Time to read the description. Player gold has 400 gold per mine. You can build normal buildings on the wetlands. Yeah, we just saw that. You can build everything else on the wetlands. You cannot build farms or castles on the wetlands. Okay. That will confuse players to no end. Probably. Use fish traps instead of farms when space becomes an issue. That's a clever idea. Interesting. Yeah, there's definitely some terrain, basically the terrain restrictions for objects. Also, if a map like this were selected, we'd have to double check to make sure really, you know, every object can be built, that nothing's been forgotten. Like, oh no, the caravanserai has been forgotten and you actually can't build it on the wetlands. Not that that's a building that you'd need to build in a 1v1, but it looks like it hasn't been forgotten. Good job. Yeah. Alright. What have we got next? Starlight Dance. S. There we go. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. Take a look at this. I'm going to take a short break and eat something, and you can think about how the heck this map will play out. Alright. I'm back. I just had a sandwich and a bathroom break. And we are talking about forest nothing maps. Perfect. Honestly, even getting the cliffs in this position, that's not easy. Like, that's respect for just getting that done. Alright, this one I need to read the description. You spawn in opposite corners. All terrain works like land, so you can build as you please. It's 1 AM here, and I still have tropical heat as well. And I don't want to open the window because I'm talking on stream. Wake the neighbors. So this is very, very nicely done with the water, the way it's mixes here. Everything is buildable. Dock is disabled, so you can't build a dock. Otherwise, there also isn't a place where you could put a dock, even if you... Alright, what other information is relevant? You can palisade, chop, lame the bushes. Yeah, I assumed that would be the case, yeah. The edge mines are 60 gold per mine. The middle is 35 per mine. Middle stone. So basically the total amount of gold and stone are sort of calculated such that they are comparable to the amount that would be on a standard map. That's good, otherwise it would be a ridiculous amount of resources, but that has been accounted for. And the berry bushes are 500 per berry bush. And there's a relic in the middle, or I guess you're supposed to play it... You could play it as Capture the Relic. Honestly, this map should be like a community game thing for Capture the Relic. I think... Alright, you have forage. Yeah. You could theoretically even play this as a competitive... I mean, we could even select this map. I doubt that it'll make it past all the judges. But... You know, it could theoretically work. On the other hand, this is almost like a scenario. In terms of layout. The only random element is, is your forage bush south or north of your base. It's gonna be south. Or north. I guess that can vary, but... I think it's a very unique map. The actual gameplay might not be that interesting because you just palisade lame your way in there, then you fight your way into then you mine your way into that, and then you've made it into the middle. What does the middle actually offer you? Nothing. I mean, okay, a bunch of forage bushes. Are those worth it? You have enough food around here. So it's actually a super closed map, right? You just wall. You wall both sides. And then you fight in the middle, you fight your way through. I don't know, the middle isn't super open. I don't know, like it's very unique. It might be a bit awkward when it actually comes to playing it. Next, we have... Venice Pest has been updated. Then we have Mountain Ponds. Alright, isn't there a Mountain Lakes map in DE as an official map? go. Mountain on. I see some mountain ponds. If you had put a ring of unbuildable terrain and put the wood there, palisade laming would have been disabled. In DE, that is true because you now need to actually build start building the foundation to really delete the tree. But I think it's okay to have palisade laming on that map. Just to facilitate, to make it, otherwise it becomes a very closed map where it is actually hard to break into your opponent's base. But that is a good point. So this is... You have 3 mountain lakes, a big one and 2 small ones. And... looks like we have some seasons code in it. I expect a lot of people who have seasons did just copy, either have D or copy using the DE code, just to have it directly in there, like they're just calling the F seasons file, or they're using an old AOC map that had built-in seasons and just carried it over. Is this thing random placement? I don't know. It might be doing the thing where the 2 other lands are their lands as well. It looks like it is random placement, yeah. This one. If you want to check out the actual maps, there is a zip file in the Discord where you can download all 100, or 100 if you include ones that were submitted and then withdrawn, and if you also include. Yeah, I think this map doesn't bring that much special stuff. This type of design is something that I think we've seen before. Or just, well, you fight for the fish in the middle. That's what will happen again. And it's up on a hill, so once you have the water control, it's really hard for anyone else to get the water control. And then once the fish are gone, it's Arabia. Alright. Desert Rose. Same person. D. Alright. We have a ring of unbuildable rock. So that doesn't really matter because you'll be walling either like this around the center or small walling around your woodland at the outside. This one is too bland for my taste. The berries are super close. So that you can postpone building a mill. Best resources into other buildings. What other building would you build? Either a barracks or a mining camp. I guess maybe a barracks. There are some tiny ponds with some fish. There are lots of deer. You could mill that. You could honestly mill that. But map needs some bit more beautification. You'd probably mill the deer. Or you mill the pond. Well, you mill a pond that's close to deer, ideally. Have one, if you happen to have one. Well, there you get the deer and the fish. Next. We have a map called Tundra. See, what's it called? It's called Tundra. Perfect. We should just make a map. We should upload all of these as a map pack or something. Okay, this one looks nicer. Minimap looks messy as well. The actual terrain looks messy too, but this is a believable mixture of things that you could see in a tundra. And we have some nice tree mixtures. A very sparse forests overall. And this side is full of fish. Oh, okay, with bears. I think you brave the bears and you still mill this. Bears love their shorefish. There also appears to be... Yeah, there appears to be bogland terrain that you cannot build on. I don't know if that's intentional or if the map author realized that that would be the case, that you cannot build on it. But it's very hard to tell where it is compared to other terrains because on this map and generally. So I would caution against using that terrain. If you want unbuildable things, probably use ice patches, and if you don't want them and you just want something that looks like bogland, then use some sort of mud or dirt or something. AOE2.net/map pack, yes. AOE2.net, I think it's... We've stopped using, or we've been using it less now that DE is a thing, but I still upload some stuff there too. Alright, what have we got here? Let's generate it. Actually, yeah, let's generate it again. The orientation can change. Fine. Blah blah blah. Half thawed. Limited resources. Start with a spearman instead of a scout. I would recommend that these bogland patches are either replaced with mud or removed or replaced with ice. So, forests are indeed very nice. Visual appeal, this map would rank pretty highly. Okay. Next up, we have a map called Circus Maximus by the same guy. And this one, ooh, that looks promising. Or same person, I don't. For most of these people, I don't know if they're guys or not. Oh, I don't know specifically of any female map scripters. There surely are some, but then again, that doesn't really come into discussion if you don't stream. I'm looking for Circus Maximus C. Go. Circular bases. Yeah, I was working on code for this too. I found it to not work reliably enough for my tastes. The trick is getting the gate to work properly. Okay, this player's only put in one gate. That might make things a bit easier. Because I tried circle walls and I got it to work, but it was only like 95% reliable, and sometimes it would mess up. You need a whole bunch of actor areas to make sure things are in the right places. Also, it looks like we're starting with a Centurion. We're gonna check the stats on that. Blah blah blah. No berries, small wood lines. Centurion instead of a scout. Centurion could be given the stats of a scout if it doesn't have them right now. That might be a sensible thing, to have similar stats to a scout, so it's not similar stats to a cataphract, which is what it kind of is normally. What if the forest generates where the gate's supposed to be? That is a good question. See if we can get that to happen. It looks like the gate is then offset a little bit. Let's try that again. I'll generate it a few more times. I'm not so sure about this connections thing. I think somehow the gate is offset. It might be like the code I was using for this to do the circular walls with gates wasn't. It's probably not what they're doing here. It could be using find closest. Yeah, that's likely what's happening. So also the outside has these walls sort of to make it look like an arena. This stuff seems like it would be buildable, yeah. Of course, it's hard to build on slopes, but with the spacing, everything except TCs should be fine. We have lions because those belong in a circus. It's a good job of making a good theme for the map. Ultimately, it is just a very open map, but you do start with walls. So the circus gladiator theme does work, I'd say. And the circular walls are pretty robust. Even when there's a forest in the way. I don't know if there's an opening behind that now. Seems to be fine. Oh, the gate was there. It had some walls behind it. Alright, if the forest really generates forward, the gate might be offset to an extent that it's not usable. That could happen. Overall, it looks pretty good, though. It seems to work reliably. Next up, we have a map called Open Market. Alright, we've seen a concept similar to this today already. Oh, look at that. Let's go. Is it going to be under O? It is under O. Perfect. So, if you've seen this before, if you think we've seen this before, we have, except there it was called Silk Road and it was player markets. Now we have the neutral markets. We don't even need to edit the other map, we just have another map, another trade cart map on offer here. So this one is a bit different in that both of the markets are neutral. You do not start with a market, you do not start with a trade cart. And I assume everything else is standard. Probably less starting gold, yeah, only one pile of starting gold. So it's once again trying to go for the theme of forcing players to trade with these markets. Now, how are we looking in terms of unbuildable terrain? You can just wall in the markets. I would suggest on a map like this, and I think on marketplaces that's what Cresini does, and I don't know if I have any maps that have neutral markets. I think on hyper random I only put it on unbuildable terrain. You don't want players to be able to wall in the markets. So that's one thing I'd suggest. It's good to see cliffs on a map actually. We only see that on on maps from beginning scripters who are using some sort of standard map to start from. Oh, maybe it would have made sense to give players a market to start with. You will really need it. On the other hand, this is enough gold to reach Castle Age if you don't make too many archers feudal age. but you just wall in the markets, or you wall what you actually do. Clever about this. You do this palisade wall, PPP. Go. Let's say you're blue. What you do is you do that, right? Something like that, and you put your market there. And then you go do the other thing over here. You either wall this one in as well. You go like that. Do the same thing here. But it does encourage, players will have to fight for this. Actually, I know what you do. You don't wall in the markets. That's too easy. Oh, no, you do something different. You go, where's the castle? Or you just tower the markets or something, or you castle them, right? That's what you do. You probably wouldn't do the mega. Yeah, you wouldn't do the mega palisade walls after all. You could do a really small palisade wall just to block it, or you just tower it or castle it. Tower it in feudal, castle it in castle if you're in Castle Age. Probably just castle it straight away. True, actually. The towers might. This might be. Oh, you build your own. You build that unique Hindustani building all along this road and just control the entire road in the middle. No, you build a castle. If you can castle both of these, you've basically won the game, right? Because you only have 3 gold things to fall back on. Those will be gone. No time. Bam. Bam. Won the game. You could also trade diagonally. You really want to maximize the gold income. You would put a market here, trade with this one. Type of thing. Anyway, next map. Enough trade theories. We have a map called Ankh-Morpork. Same author. Oh. Morpork. This map is another double TC, so we should end up with we're probably gonna end up picking one double TC, or I've seen a couple of these, so it's likely that there's at least one that's good enough. This, you basically have a safe base and a middle base on this one. And what happens is you lose the middle, and then you've lost the game, but you still fall back to your safe base. I think is sort of what happens, right? And then one player is going to control 3/4 of the map, and then they'll just win over time, but it'll be slow. There's a 4TC map, oh goodness. Perforation, alright. Oof, right on. 4 1v1s. Just have one 4v4. All 4 TCs in the middle. For both players. So, what have we got here? We have lots of berries in the middle. Too many flags. I'm not voting for this map. It has too many flags. Sorry. So, not having it. Just kidding. We have wood is awkward and challenging. Yeah, we can see that already. It's one of the flanking forests. Middle is rich in food. Yeah, we saw that. There might be rugs. Maybe there are no rugs. We can look for the Enigma. Where would the Enigma be hiding? There are just a lot of flags, though, really. I'm gonna have to knock this map down a couple for too many neutral Gaia flags. No, okay, so one side has gold, the other side also has gold. You have to chop your way in. You can probably, with some buildings and some palisades, just wall the middle. Or, well, wall off this section. And you have, what does that give you? 4 land in the back, which is useless. It gives you your standard starting resources, which is good. And then you chop your way into these sides. I think that's might be the game plan. Although you don't want to lose all of these berry bushes either. Next up, alright, we are going to load each of these new because who knows what all the flags are upgrading. Or marking the position of. Next map is called Shoals. SS. Not too many S maps. There we go. I'm telling you, too many flags. Unacceptable number of flags. And we have our typical 2 neutral player lands. 1 on each side. With a bunch of gold and trees, no less. Now, let's take a look. So we have only shorefish, but you'll need to dock to get to them. We also start with, looks like 2 sea towers so that you can protect your dock. You dock close to that, you can bring fishing ships to it. Alright. Other than that, we have our nice resources on the outside, and you're going to be fighting for these crocodile infested. We could add alligators, could be another good animal in this game. Crocodile infested golden areas. You also have shallows in the middle. That doesn't really matter. Ultimately, you can run your... No, because there's a tower, even. You could run your scout across. Wouldn't move anything else across. The X looks cool, though, actually. Just quickly read if there's anything I'm missing in the description. Nothing but shorefish. The thing with nothing but shorefish is fishing ships gather shorefish slowly. So players will still go for it, no doubt. But it kind of nerfs the food income that you'll get. Second. Buy myself some followers. I'll be right back. Alright. Gold is in short supply and is only in the gold rush areas, yeah. Water control is good. Honestly, with this many shorefish, it doesn't matter that they're shorefish. And especially because you can also retreat back to your sea towers, you definitely go for water. And then you protect them from your water control. Yeah, I addressed at the beginning. The problem is that there are 100 maps, and if there were like 15 or even 30, I would look at the script, I would actually have the script open, I would give a serious amount of feedback. But it's not feasible for me to give actual feedback or give a significant amount of feedback on stream. It's just not, it's not doable. So this is just to basically introduce all the maps that were submitted, give everyone their 2 minutes of glory, and maybe point out a couple things that are interesting. Next, we have Desert Pavement, which actually looks quite similar to some that we've seen, although this one only has 2 TCs. So we'll load that. Yeah, if you specifically want feedback on your maps, or if you have specific things afterwards, maybe after this week. This week is going to be pretty busy for all the judges, but you can always hit me up on Discord. I can also privately go over things, or I can have a more relaxed stream at some point to go, if specific people reach out to me because they want to look at things, I'd definitely be willing to do a more in-depth look. It's just, I've been streaming for 5 hours. 5 hours now at this point, and we are not close to done yet. And I wanted to show what everyone's made, but that's really all I have time for in this stream, unfortunately. So this one, the flags are a bit more muted. They're not too many flags, so that's better. It's similar to that other map that we had where we had 2 TCs, except here there are shallows. Pretty open. You won't dock because the water is so narrow. Then you have one of these 2 sides that you'll want to go for wood and extra gold. Survivalist, far as I know, or last I heard, he was intending to, in fact, do all of them on stream. Hopefully he'll be able to. But yeah, I think he's going to be doing that in the coming days. As to the others, I don't know. T-West might do that as well, or might not. But he does stream regularly, so that could be another candidate. Or as the other judges, they probably won't. We've already moved the deadline. It was going to be the 23rd, but we've moved it to the weekend. We can't move it any later, though, because we have a show match scheduled for, I think, Monday. A week. Oh no, I opened the wrong map. So, this map is going to win. It even says Zetness on it. Look, you start with castles. They spawn ships. It's sea blood. I'm getting tired. Right. Load scenario. That was not a random map. That was a scenario. But at some point when your map is super static, you could consider just making it as a scenario, because then you have complete freedom in how you place everything. You can place tile perfect however you want your things, and you have triggers as well. The only thing that you don't have is it doesn't scale to map size. Layer count automatically. Next, we're looking at something with something like Ruins Plunder. Alright, we have some ruins with plunder in them. Now, alright. Oh no, this one has a long description. Standard resources, blah blah, forts, enemy Gaia walls, bloodshed, scattered stone. Sorry that I'm not reading the whole description, but yeah. You should have submitted your maps earlier if you wanted me to spend more time on them. Sorry. Okay, so we have 2 golden hills. They're a bit hard to navigate, as said, and it's also going to be hard to build a castle anywhere, or close to impossible, which is the intention. Middle has fish. We've seen that motif come up repeatedly. And other than that, nice looking jungle on the outside. Typical jungle on the outside. Yeah. Next map. Actually, we'll generate the ruins again just to see if it looks different on generations. Yeah, good that I did that. Someone's using some sort of default seasons as well, and it looks ugly. I don't know. Personally, this snow grass is a bit jarring when it's used in so widely. I'm sure this is dockable, but let's double check that. Yeah, it is dockable. What other questions? I mean, you can make almost any map these days with a random map, as long as you don't need super high resolution. What's this over there? Why is it over there? Alright, and then it also has a desert theme. Yeah. Cool. Next map. Spiral. We have a spiral. Yes, let's look at a spiral. Also, these maps that we're looking at, they were now submitted 2 days ago, so we're theoretically reaching the home stretch. Only the problem is people submitted a heck of a lot of maps on the home stretch, so we're not. All right, no more AI errors here. This one is called Spiral, so SSSSS Spiral. This is also some directly placed lands to make a cool looking spiral. It's Gold Rush, but the gold is on shallows, and you can build stuff on the mangroves in the middle, but you won't be able to build here. And there is fish to consider fighting for as well. And we have some basically eye candy, but not really. Because you can, I guess you can break down the wall. Depends on, I'll have to read how much HP this has. But then you could break it out, free the animals, take them home. Yeah, no worries. You were by no means the only person. And there are also people who were experienced who submitted right at the end. Let's see, spirals. Spirals, players start closer to land or water, that depends. The fish run out quickly, sure. The grassland's a fence that can be taken out by 12 hits of a military unit. It'll open the pen of herdables for the one that's willing to take the time to break them free. So villagers can't do it, you'd have to send a military unit. Gold is pretty exposed, yes. Graphical glitch of grasslands covered in water when spawning only appears in the editor. Players are always opposite each other. Yeah, I thought so. You think it takes 15 hits? Ah, right. Yeah, it says 12 in the description. That's all I can say. I have not playtested this yet. So I can't say. You could... I don't know what it looks like in game, but you could probably just build a mill instead, and it just takes, you know, 125 food, and then you've gotten your animals there, and then you already have a mill in place as well. Is that not a bad strategy? I mean, it would be exposed. That would be the main issue. Ooh, I'm noticing there's a ring of... Now, if you mill this thing, then you have a bunch of deer as well. Then you take the berries, and then you have even more food for your mill. You just need to tower it and actually keep it safe. Honestly, despite this static spiral, because the player positioning is dynamic, this map doesn't feel completely scripted statically. Like, you still, you might be close to the water, and if you are, your opponent is as well, or you might be not close to the water and instead close to one of these wooden arms, and you sort of just need to work around with that. Yeah, a lot of people are using that guide. Recently, I saw. Makes sense. Ah. Oh, there's a... Oh, this circle. Oh, there's a circle at the end of each of these arms. And each of them has the same resources. So you can play if you play this as an 8-player game, probably not set up for that, but you could just put a TC into each of these spiral arms. That would be cool. Do I know who all the judges are? Everyone who's theoretically judging is me, Survivalist, T-West, and also theoretically Nova, Ornlu, and Siesta. Not sure if everyone will actually be able to have the time commitment to do that this week, but hopefully they will, so we have a wide variety of opinions. I know Siesta has already looked at many of them. Survivalist, of course, we saw. Stream. Let's keep going. Nice as this spiral is to look at, I'm going to keep going. But this is another one that I feel favorably about. Next, we have one called Lochs. Now let's... going. Also, the advantage of showing all of these, at least briefly here, is that people who organize other events might want to use some of the maps, even ones that don't get chosen, for their own events, if they feel that would be fitting. Okay, so this is a map that has some lakes. Bird scouting and map control. Yeah. And I assume all of these lake positions are pretty random. Although each player starts with one close to them. Yeah. There starts with a lake close and the rest are random, I think. Let's just double check, sanity check that you can dock it, because I see the deep water. That's no issue though, as long as there's shallow water, it's fine. And the resources, as per description, are also supposed to be spread out. Yeah, and you always start with one of these lakes close by that has 2 of these fish. That's pretty good. That looks nice. Next up, we have a map called Benteng. Submission 1 of 3. Oh no, that means 3 submissions. But no, if we do an RMS, if this event has a 3rd iteration, and this type of prize pool for maps will probably have to limit to only 2 submissions per person, or even just 1, probably 2. Okay, we've got something interesting here. We have some sea gates. I approve. I approve. Alright, what have we got on offer? Seawalls. All trees in the middle have 300 wood. Good to know. Yeah. The shapes of the side lands and the middle wood change according to the player's spawn locations. The players must scout carefully. They're probably, I mean, assuming that this is a success, I don't see why we wouldn't have another one. It depends on finding a sponsor for the prize pool. Microsoft is sponsoring this one. They might do that again. If it is a success, that's quite possible. Will probably be next year. Like judging overall is going to be, it's going to be hard because it's just so many and so many good maps as well. There are a couple that I can discard right away. Some of those that I was perhaps more dismissive about on stream today. And there are a lot, like if visual appeal were the most important characteristic, I could shortlist like 20 right now that I'd put into the running for a final thing, but since competitiveness is important and very important, I need to do more testing afterwards. So this map, I haven't talked about it yet. Water but no fish, which is a good concept. Perhaps a bit unexplored, but that's a good concept if you actually don't want water to be super dominant early on. But you have seawalls, and this is a suitable map for having seawalls. A lot of it, you have lots of area that's technically buildable, but on the other hand, why build anything here? I think a bit of the downside is basically it's just your base that matters. This water doesn't matter. Then, you have your base, then you want to contest this reef, let's call it. That has shorefish, and that has resources. You want to contest one of those, you want to contest the bigger one, and then you want to contest the wood in the middle because you need that. And you have cracked desert as well. Yeah, there is extra everything. Well, there's no wood, but there's lots of golden stone there too, so you don't just need the middle. The wood, each of these trees has 300 wood. You just, as long as you can secure a slice of it, you'll be fine for a while. But there's no wood to fall back to. And you could go for water control, but really, you just deny the wood lines. Well, you can sail along this reef area. I'm calling it a reef island, but the weaker buildings thing. This is, I don't know how well known this is, but what you can build farms and delete them, and then that replaces this cracked terrain with dead farm terrain, which doesn't have the debuff. Of course, that costs you. Actually, it doesn't cost you much. For a castle or something, that might be worth actually doing. This is one of those where you actually have to think about how it will play out. Like a lot of the ones that are quite standard, like no or perhaps only a little bit of playtesting is necessary, but for ones like this, I actually do need to do some testing. Wait. Bentang submission. Okay. The next one is called Bukhara. By this author as well, I think. It looks like it. What do we call it? P. Ukara. There we go. Alright, take a look at this. I do need to open the window. Actually, it's just getting too hot in here. Okay. What have we got on offer? Think about the Inca Empire. Each tile contains 3 times the normal amount of resources. Towers will not attack players. Golden stone spawns in a single tile, but has 3 times normal resources. So 1 gold is like 2,400, 1 stone has 1,500. Berries have more, wood has more. Villagers cannot attack neutral walls, we know that. So we have these towers that are just for show, basically. Alright, I'm gonna have to quickly test. Like that. You can build over there, fine. Interesting. We have a lot of very open maps that have, you know, Atacama-sized woodlines. And then all the resources are going to be in super high, small piles. That's not an issue as such, but it just makes controlling those specific things particularly valuable. And the sort of the theme that's going, that's in this one is consistent everywhere. We have the stone, we have towers, everything's that sort of like fallen city. These corners, to make them shaped more consistently, you can use negative borders, probably. Wait, I'm still doing this submission stream, yeah. Tell me about it. I don't even know how far we are. We're more than halfway through, but we're not that close to finishing. The next one is called Tulu. And I see some more circular walls on that one, so let's take a look at that. Like we have so many submissions. This is in a really long stream. Okay. I think I need to read a description for this one. Also, nice and unique design. Well, let's take a look at what we have going on here. Should be tested in single player, and that's because what looks to, I think these trees have 0 HP and will die. They're just there to make sure that this wall spawns in a circular shape. So those trees are not actually things that will be there. On the outside of maps, there's stone and food clumps. The farms are terrain only, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so basically, circular walls with gates, you can't see them because they're all surrounded by trees, but the trees are not present in-game. Those are just there to ensure proper placement. Those are just invisible placeholders, basically, or so you get out of that immediately. Perhaps this terrain could have been a bit more varied here. Forest, nothing. No. I don't think we've had any nothing maps except mine. Did for this yet. Right, next up, we're just going on here. La Grande Fosse. We're still on the 18th map that were submitted 2 days ago. Grand Fosse. LLL. Le Grand. There we go. Let's see what we have here. We have super close starts. But we have palisade walls. And can we dock this? I don't think so. Honestly, why would you though? You can just get to all the fish anyway, but no, you can't. So gather these shorefish quickly or else your opponent will tower them. Then you have a super short rush distance. Palisade walls won't save you. And then we have to read about these neutral camps in the description. Inspired by the Asterix comic. Half a village separated by a ditch. All neutral gold is protected by Roman fortified camps. There's also a relic in each of the camps. The 5th relic is on a beach protected by some pirates on one of the sides. Most of the neutral stone is in an Egyptian-style menhir quarry on all sides. So essentially you have to go to these Gaia camps and actually defeat them. That fits with the Asterix theme to get gold relics. Then pirates, that also fits to the theme. And your stone is there. I am going in order of submission, yes. That, honestly, just so that I can look at the descriptions and images and scroll through and have some sort of logical order. Otherwise, I'd constantly be trying to find the descriptions for everything. So, perhaps just some deer or something. I guess wild boar, because that also fits. Like, credit where it's due. This player did go all out on the Asterix theme, and it works. But still have some deer in the forest or something, maybe, though. But it's cool to see another nicely themed map that actually works. I've seen a couple like that. Alright, next we have Four Corners. Is that the 40C start? Yeah. No zoo, 0 out of 10. Aw. Okay, the zoo did not have all the animals. No penguins. Four Quarters. I actually made a map like this. That was a community map at some point, but it had water in the middle, connecting everything. So we have four places. This one you're fighting. Okay, there's a neutral market. Only in that corner. This is the stone heavy area. This is the food heavy area. This is the gold heavy area. And this is fish heavy. So there you go. Look at it and judge it. This will be very rough because having your attention in 4 different places will be tough even for the best players. They would if it were to be played. Also, you need to have a massive fooding to support villager production on all 4 TCs. The advantage is that you quickly get into the action because your economy will be roaring into shape quickly. But it will take a while to be, you need 20 villagers on food to sustain villager production, right? And to start out with, you can put 6 on food. Is there any food here? Okay, there's a little bit of food there, fine. That won't last very long at all. There's a little bit of food there. You really need to get a lot of villagers out in these food sectors. Yeah, this will be a challenge to play on. Then we have a map called Farmland coming up right next. So grab that one. Kill 1 TC with men-at-arms. Also keep in mind on that map that once you reach Castle Age, chop through onagers. Recommendation too on that map, for fairness sake I should mention it, was to play with medium resources. So you start with resources to get things going at the beginning. So Farmland does a nice job really of making these farm terrains blend everywhere. Start out with a mill exposed but also towered, so partially exposed. I think the luck on your tower placement might make a big difference. Like here, 5 out of 6 farms are covered. Here, 4 out of 6 are covered. Here it's more like 3 out of 6 are covered. 4 again. Outside is wooded. Other than that, Palisade Arena. It's Palisade Arena, but you have some exposed farmland up ahead that you are encouraged strongly to use, also with a deer here. And terrain mixing is very, very well done. If I could just judge everything on visual appeal, I would have a much easier time. I'd be like, I should have a contest where competitiveness isn't a score. It's just pretty town contest. That exists as a scenario design contest at Haven. Pretty town contest. It's actually running right now as well. Yeah, basically the main thing on this map is the inconvenient farms on the outside. Next up, we have King of Reeds by the same author. No, Ring of Reeds, not King of Reeds. Ring of... There we go. Farm terrain is tricky to mix. It only blends in certain cases. Or, well, it blends, it has awkward blending with other things. It tries to stay square usually. You have to use a fair bit of trickery to get it to blend nicely. Ah, hello, raiding party. Zipped RMS. Yeah, basically if you're combining a scenario and RMS, that would be cool. If that were possible indeed. So this map, donut, Palisade Arena donut, with berries and shorefish. You definitely want to mill the middle. Very beautiful middle too. And this outside is super narrow. You can dock block easily if you're worried about ships, but honestly no need. You can also probably would mill this as well. The amount of shorefish is very generous. There also seems to be gold hidden in here, which will be accessible later. I don't know how much gold there is otherwise. It looks to be enough. You have forward gold in the middle, forward gold and stone, then you have inside your base, and then you have gold on the outside too. Next we have a map called Muddy Waters. Muddy Waters, let's go. And we see a lot of mud. We don't see a lot of water. We see a little bit of water. And we're starting on the same screen with 5 boars. So which civ do you pick when you have 5 boars? Which civ has a gather rate bonus there? But Mongols? So is how well the code written going to factor in the judging? TLDR, no, it won't. Because other than me and maybe T West, most of the other judges don't know RMS. And certainly don't know well enough to judge that. And also, we have 100 submissions and less than a week to look at them. What matters is what the results. The maps that actually get picked, I will be going through the code and fixing, adjusting as necessary though. Rip hunting dogs for gathering rate, yes. Let's generate it again. The corners have a bunch of deer. And shorefish. And you have your 5 boars. Honestly, 5 boars. 5 boars. That is so much food. Do you even care about other food at that point? You can grab a bit of shorefish too in Dark Age. Like this is a ridiculous amount of food. You start with a horse though, so you can't steal the other player's board that easily. Looks like the outside is also potentially not wallable everywhere. Design, yeah, this was inspired by Grazini's African Waters, designed for dynamic, aggressive games. Yeah. Oh, wow. Looks like I have even more people hopping in as a raiding party. I don't know. Survivalist looking at the maps today as well. I thought he said he might, but I didn't see him on earlier. Then again, I've been streaming for, my goodness, too long. Too long. Hello, hello. Next map, though, we have to keep going. We have to look at a map called Koala is our next one. So let's generate that one. We went through 30 of them. Pretty good. Pretty good. Like, that's solid. I've been powering through at a trying to keep up a quick pace. I haven't been judging them. I've just been sort of presenting them or taking a first look at them. I think we must be through like 60 of them, but I haven't like written down notes on any of them. I haven't come up with scores. I've just been looking. So this one is supposed to look like a koala, if I understand. And yeah, it looks like a koala. It does look like a koala. Oh yeah, guys, if you want to see more opinions on your map, go check out the VOD that Survivalist has of today. And we will look at this koala some more. You all have like 3 relics in one group. Do you go forward and lame your opponent's relics, just wall them in? Nah, probably not, but could tower this and just control the whole forward area. Pretty aggressive map. There's gold on the outside though. Anything else notable? Yeah, it looks like it can be boreal, jungle, or temperate. Curved wood line. Yeah, things will be forward. Let's take a look at see if we can get like a boreal or a temperate. That looks like a jungle. And we still have the forward res. This would actually be pretty aggressive. Are the koalas have eyes that close to the center of their nose? I guess they do. Yes, they do. That's why the relics are there. I see it now. We have a zoo competitor. Maybe we do. Koalas and penguins. I see it now with the relics being the eyes. It actually works. It actually works, yeah. That's why the relics are all in one place. I was wondering about that. Nice, nice, nice. Oh, and also, I think... Is that unbuildable? Probably not, right? It's fine. It's fine. Next up, we have a map called Brahmaputra under B. B. There we go. And we have sort of a river in the middle. Looks pretty messy. Cliffs on the outside. Cliffs on both outsides. And nomad start. We have a fair number of nomad maps available, actually. When you're collecting the relics on the previous map, you're taking out the koala's eyes. But when you chop your wood, you're nibbling on his ear. Yeah, there are enough connections across this river. So you dock it like a typical nomad start, you build a TC on wood, and you got yourself a nomad map. And you can retreat to high ground when things are going poorly, I think. Yeah, classic nomad with the ability to dock. It's basically nomad, but the water's in the middle. And you can sort of retreat into the highlands. Things will go like that. All right. Next up, we have Phoenix. Hank really going for the shapes this time around. P. Where is it? Phoenix. I see a bird-shaped thing. And this one has a nice ring of sort of semi-dense forests. This tail of the phoenix, though, doesn't have anything in it. But I guess you fight around the outside of the tail. You're fighting, like, all the gold is in this gorge, I guess you could call it. You'd fight for the gorge, and you'd fight around the head. I assume you can build everywhere in there. So what you should do, but we already talked about that, is you should add the thing that you can see these rocks even behind. Change the occlusion mode so they can be seen even behind eye candy. There's a lot of food on the outside, everywhere. And the map does look like a phoenix, or some sort of bird. It doesn't have to be a phoenix. And there seems to be some more information that's relevant. The gold piles in the middle have only half the normal gold, only 400 each. Otherwise it would be just a very large amount of gold, since they line the entire edge. That's another interesting take on Gold Rush. Also, this is sort of a bit of a barrier. I think it's actually pretty cool. Possibly more interesting than the koala map, despite the koala map being very cute. And these rocky cliffs do look nice. They've looked nice in every map we've seen them in. Alright, next up we have Unistai. Load scenario. Oh, we'll load our blank 1v1. Yeah, I don't think it was working. Alright, N. Okay. Time to read the description. Inside a spotty forest, 24 clearings accommodate resources and starting units. 2 TCs close to each other and 2 on opposite sides. Can you get out of this quandary? So, basically you have a bunch of fixed position lands, sort of in the shape of a star. They have a bunch of connections running between them, making for nice passages in the forest. And then you've got your close ones fighting, and you have your far ones fighting. And the far positions, close positions, can they vary? They can vary. Then you have gold and such in the other. There are a lot of connections here. And the connections seem to be on the mini-map, they're thicker in the south. I don't know if that's just an artifact of how we look at it, but to me, I'm seeing that there are more connections on the south side of the lands here, which might give a slight advantage to, I don't know, I don't know which player advantage is, but it seems blue is always in the north and red is always in the south. And the relics are always the dividing line in the middle. Ultimately, of course, it's very wallable, right? Even the middle is even the middle is wallable. If you're willing to do super small walls, you have them right there. But you do have to expand out to the resources. Those can be walled in as well. It's a cool idea, but this is also a type of map that might be fun with 8 players. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in all of the corners. To see how that then looks. Alright, next up need to switch to Discord and look at the next one. We have Petrified Forest. Yeah, that looks cool too. Pet. Oh no, it's called Jas Petrified Forest. Okay. All right, Petrified Forest. I feel like a map similar to this was also shown. Wasn't also one of the recent contests. But basically, it's stone map with lots of dead trees, and you can tell where the forest is because it's the different rock terrain, which is nice because it's a bunch of tree objects placed on unbuildable rock, from what I understand. You can sort of read it though because it's a different shade of dirt. The only alternative the Inca's farm bonus no longer exists, unfortunately. Now, the alternative here, you could make the map more readable if you place all these on a grass terrain, which is green on the mini-map, but then that won't be buildable. You could place them on the bogland or moorland, one of those two. That's unbuildable, perhaps, but I think that's not in the spirit of the theme. Here, a Black Forest map where most of the trees are on rock terrain, which is unbuildable. Food is scarce, construction takes longer. 75% longer for farms, which is why the Inca bonus would have been useful. Yeah, this one was... We saw that in the Resurgence contest. So you can wall it to start out with because it's Black Forest, but then you could just chop through, and the chopped area cannot be walled easily. You'd have to wall in your base, but the actual forest areas can't be. It also means that you end up with super inefficient lumber camps at some point, but that will affect both players equally. You can actually tell that it's based on Black Forest. It still has the ponds and clearings. Then we have a map called Homecoming with K. Alright, H. Oh no, it's called RMS Homecoming. Alright. Alright, it's Gold Rush, but you're starting right in the gold. Or, no, it's like Exodus, opposite of Migration. But you have a bunch of gold in the middle and so little gold on the outside that you almost cannot afford to leave. There need to be more neutral resources on the outside, or a better spread of them. Like this whole half here has no gold. There's a pile there, and the next pile is over here. Not really. There are a lot on the outside. The middle doesn't have money. Water is really important on a map like this. Yeah. And you can't sustain yourself on water without gold. So the player who loses the middle, I think, just loses the game. I think the outside... Yes, you need wood, of course, to control the water, but if you have water control, it's easy enough to secure some place to chop wood. Well, if you don't have the gold in the middle, I think it's just over. I think this would work better if it wasn't a Gold Rush style map, but if the gold were scattered neutrally on the outside. Then we have a map called Tide Out. Same person. So it's also RMS. And we have some interesting tidal pool on the outside. And you start with palisade walls. And these tidal areas, I think they're probably just land terrain. It's a good wordplay for the name. You know, hideout, but it's not hideout. That's what I thought, yeah. This is effectively land terrain, it just looks like water. So it's hideout, except there's water on the outside. And there are a lot of fish, but they aren't essential. I mean, players will go for them. But you can wall to the edge, I think. Yeah, so it's hideout, but with water as well. I think that's a cool twist. And the sort of tidal pool shallows look, that works. That works as a look. All right. Next map is called Salar de Uyuni, which has a long description. So we're gonna go to load scenario. These were still submitted yesterday. Okay, now we're getting close to the deadline, actually. Are we? Well, that's submitted noon yesterday. There we go. And we're gonna look for S. Solar. You can take a nice look at this, and I need to grab another drink. My throat. I will be back in about 30 seconds or 1 minute. All right, I am back. I have returned to continue looking at maps. The world's largest salt flat is located in the Andean Mountains. Interesting. Standard resources, limited wood, gold, and stone. The salt flat is cracked terrain. White gold, lithium, okay. Ostriches, relics. Gaia markets in the corners. Ooh. Which generate wood instead of gold? Huh. The amount of wood gained per trip equals the regular gold amount. Interesting. Might be too gimmicky for players. I think it's okay, but that... interesting. Trade cards have been buffed with Pierce Armor, lower costs, and a lower cost. And a hilly area contains more stone, and wood and stone patches, and some llamas. Bears behave like boars. Rocks can be attacked by villagers to reveal stone mines. Okay. Interesting. So let's see what we've got here. We've got our market trade cart. We have our salt flat, and we're supposed to trade with the corner markets. And each market, I think, each player market spawns exactly in the middle. And we're supposed to trade with it to get wood. Crack terrain is the primary one here because actually it's hard to, you can't be, actually it is, because the other one seems to be beach terrain. It's the white beach. Now, why would this be? You would say it's hard for non-native speakers because there's so many changes that aren't obvious without having read a description. This is a fair point, and it's a thing in general. Why we have in the judging criteria some points about like legibility, like how easy is it to figure out what the map is doing. Like, you know, changing things is fine, but changing them for the sake of changing them might just make things too confusing. I think, from what I understand, the bare boards and rocks are just they're made mostly for scenery. The rocks, I mean, the rock objects, those just exist in the game. However, players might not realize that. So perhaps what's better to do is just to have normal rock there. Or you can spawn like a second object and have a rock and the other rock. These rocks do exist in the game as normal objects that you can, essentially it's a gold rock or a stone rock, you attack it and it turns into a mine. But I had that on Hyper Random too, and I think I still do, and players do not know that. They're like, oh, there's no gold on the map. And the bears, I haven't seen. Where are they? Are they? They're in the middle. No, those are wolves. If they behave like boars, that would just be that they're not aggressive. That would mean that they don't attack on sight. Either that or that means they have 340 food. That's possible as well. I'm not sure what's meant by... Bears behave exactly like boars, so they're basically just boars. 340 food, and they'll be lurable, and they won't attack on sight. It does fit thematically, and thematically bears are one of the predators that should actually provide food. But... yeah, if a map like this gets chosen, we always have the option of adjusting as necessary. Next, we have Des Autumn. We're going to reload the scenario editor. There we go. Des Autumn. I hope it's called that. It is. Good. I see autumn. I see player starting lands. I see patches of snow. Now, winter is coming. Dried out forests. Ravaged hunters. Is there anything? Is this just flavor text, or is there actually anything in the way of Gaia units? No, I don't think so. When the deer came down to valleys, bushes grew. similar to Arabia, I think is the bottom line. There's a chance there's some variations in there's a chance of having more deer or having more berries or having more herdables. 33% chance of each, 1% chance of all of them. That I think is an acceptable amount of variance, but that does mean that some civs will be better or worse depending on which of those 33% actually is the one that's randomed. Yeah, so for all intents and purposes, this is Arabia with sort of a snowy autumn vibe to it, and potentially some, or definitely some extra food. But you have to scout and see what it is. And also wood lines that aren't completely dense. Next up, we have a map that was updated. Then we have Krakatoa. Krakatoa? I think it's Krakatoa, I think is what it's called. That name rings a bell. Alright, let's look at that one. Okay. Kawasan. There we go. Krakatau. Krakatau, though, is how it's pronounced here. I thought it was Krakatoa. Maybe I'm mispronouncing that. Alright. Shall we look first or read first? I think we need to read the description. This one is non-standard enough. Villagers are trying to live on the fertile hillsides of the volcano. Yeah. Nomad start. 3 villages on the crater and 5 on a small island. You could build a TC on the center hill. You could build a TC in the rainforest, or you can build a TC on the mangrove forest. Decent fish. Alright. Let's take a look. So, this is a nice touch for the middle. Let's just see. I assume everything is buildable based on the description that we just had. That's just a slope, standard slope things, yeah. Okay, so we have 5 villagers to reinforce. Your land positions where you start are random, but always in the corners. Is red always in the top corner? No, good. Where do you TC? I mean, players like to build a TC instantly, but once again, there is the option actually of vill fighting in the middle. We'll have to if this map gets chosen, we'll have to consider that, the option that players might unintentionally build their TCs right next to each other because they both want to be in the middle. But in general, more important is to secure wood and perhaps food and gold. Like this is a nice TC spot right there, but you don't want to waste time looking for it. There's another nice one. There's another. That one doesn't have wood, but otherwise it's pretty good. That type of thing. We have a fair number of nomad submissions. Actually, do we start with we don't start with a monk, right? So you have to, if you want to get your relics, you have to go back and get them later. All right. All right. Let's take a look at the next one, and that one's called agricultural. Random map, tiny 2-player. At this point, we're going to finish. We're going to go through everything since we've made it this far. Arabia-like map. And yep, Arabia-like map, but you start with a bunch. Well, you start with mills, and there are a bunch of farms that you can capture. Berries, deer, and 1 boar are removed, and you have a ton of Gaia farms. There we go. It's Arabia other than that. So basically the question is how the Gaia farms will make a difference. Khmer might be a strong pick. Because you can just take any farms anywhere. Khmer might be a good pick. Yeah. Next up. Alright. Bosks. Yeah. Let's load that. BBB. Okay, do I see it? BOS. Am I blind? Bog. Am I not? BOS. Boss. Did I? I think I'm blind. You think laming is strong on exposed farms? Double points for Khmer because you can build houses there. Alright, let me just check the name of this map. Bog, Socotra, Brahma, Benteng. I feel like maybe I missed downloading this one. Do I have the other maps openings I've got? Alright, looks like I need to download this one. Huh. Guess when I was clicking through downloading everything before this stream, I missed one of them. Got it though, it's in place. Just need to restart the scenario editor. Close Firefox, there we go. Okay. And we're back. And we now have our map to find in our list. Go. Okay. I think I'm going to have to read the description of this one too. I think I saw the concept of this before. Basically, it's direct placement. Everything is pre-computed. However, there are a bunch of possible layouts that all are designed to be balanced, but it gives the impression of being very random because each one of these is a different layout of these different the shape of the water, of these clusters of rhinos. Relics. Let me read the description for this one. I think that would be helpful. Alright, a bosque is an oasis-like ribbon of green vegetation. It's basically a linear oasis. Okay. Often canopied, that exists only near rivers, streams, or other watercourses. All forests on the map are thematically near some sort of water, but only the large river and any sort of marine gameplay. Biggest trees grow beside it. Yeah, we saw there are acacias and other thicker ones that have more wood in them. Sloth gathering shorefish. There's a pretty big desert. 4 and 2 sheep have been replaced with 4 shorefish. $800 different possible layouts. That's what I thought, yeah. Yeah, it's basically a bunch of pre-computed layouts. Which I think works quite well in this case. And looks convincing enough, and they're random enough that it's not like you actually do still need to scout and see what you've got. but there is still a clear theme, and the whole thing is just using direct placement. It's the same author who made Dire Straits, right? So it's the same idea, and probably the same external code that was used to compute the possible layouts. What did I want to look at? I wanted to look at, we have the bodies of water thematically, we have the shorefish. Yeah. It is pretty open overall, except for these forest nodes. On the other hand, we've seen lots of open maps. And I like that it's making direct placement actually random. That's my biggest criticism with a lot of maps, including some of my own, is that they're just way too static. You just don't need to scout other than to find your opponent or to find out what your opponent's doing. But we have another map called Openings we're going to look at next. Openings, there we go. That's also why this is taking a bit longer to generate, because it's a pretty big file, likely. So I'm noticing a golden forest hill, and probably these things aren't there when we actually play, or maybe they are. We'll have to check. Oh, maybe they are, and you have to mine through the gold to get to the water. I think that might be the idea here. Yeah, so let's read up on that one. Mining can open the path to the river, but takes 800 gold. Or you have to walk even further to get to a 350 stone. Ah, so you could mine the stone instead to get in, if you're willing to walk further. Once you've gotten in somewhere, you can't plug the hole anymore. Your opponent can get in too, because this is all unbuildable. But if you want to get in anywhere, you're going to have to build a mining camp. That's an interesting idea. It'll be interesting to see how that works in practice. But essentially, it's a good way to gate off fish until Castle Age. Will probably be the time when you actually make it into there. At that point, the question is a valley of water for fish really that important if you're already in Castle Age? Maybe not. If you get it in Feudal, it could be, but the point where you're in Castle Age, you can just build more TCs. And it's probably more important to secure these larger piles of gold. It might be that this whole snaky river is just ignored. Or maybe I'm overestimating the amount of time it takes to chop through one thing of gold. Mine through one thing of gold. Alright. The relic serves as a barrier until a monk opens a route. Whoa, wait. There's a relic serving as a barrier. Where? Wait. Where does this... Note that the relic serves as a barrier until a monk opens the route, and the underlying rock terrain cannot be built on. Based on the description, yes. 350 stone, 800 gold. So the stone, I think villagers mine stones more slowly than gold though, so that's not necessarily. I think you still get through the pile faster, but it's not as clear cut as it might seem. There's something about a relic serving as a barrier in the description, but I'm not seeing the relic serving as any sort of barrier. The relics just seem to be distributed. Maybe that was part of the plan originally, or maybe it only appears if we test in game and not in the scenario editor. The relics are not forming any sort of barrier. There are no relics on the shore. The relics are only up here, but they're not doing anything. The relic serves as a barrier until a monk opens the route. They didn't, though. I'm pretty sure they didn't. The relics are just there. There's no opening. There's a haystack behind the relic. Yeah, no, the relics are not opening any route here. Maybe that's a bug, or maybe that's was originally intended and isn't in the final version, but the relics are not. The relics could serve that function too, to gate off the water until Castle Age. But that's not what's happening here. There's no opening behind the relic. I think it's too time consuming. You probably just don't go for water at all. Because water only matters at the point where you cannot build extra TCs to expand your eco. Especially because it's also in a valley and doesn't provide that much map control. So it lets you contest water that you already could get to anyway. Sorry, it lets you contest these forests, but you don't need those. You have gold over there, which is more important. And yeah, lets you contest the stone mines on the shore, but that's not that important either. And just if someone just castles outside, they have water control without having to actually build ships. Alright, next map is called Tomb Raiding and Sea Raiding. Alright, we'll load that one. Ah, you can wall with the relics. That's a fair point. You could bring the well, you could close a hole with the relic. It's a lot of thought put into probably securing the water in such a way that it's so cumbersome that players just won't go for it, though. I especially don't imagine players placing a relic there to block the path. If they have a monastery and they have a monk, they're gonna want the relic in their monastery and not blocking access to the water. That's just not gonna be a thing. Alright. Final thing, we have Tomb Raider, so let's read about that one. Tomb Raiding and Sea Raiding. Market is disabled. Relics. Apparently there's a neutral market. Neutral markets in the south, yeah. You can use trade cogs or take advantage of the convertible market. To make these choices more enticing, you cannot build markets and there are fewer gold mines than usual. There are no fish. And since the goal is to incorporate a different type of marine play than the normal map. Yeah. Forests are similar to AoE 2. Alright, so. Units can't path through relics. Relics block the square that they're on. So there's a neutral dock that you could build trade cogs with. That you can send trade cogs to. Why would you want the market? You can take advantage of the convertible market, but only to the extent that it would let you research, well, the speed upgrade for trade cogs, that will be helpful, and if you want to sell res at the market. So the idea of this map seems to be that it's an attempt to get players to build trade cogs, to go for water because they want gold, not because they want food. Will that work is the question. Everything else looks, I mean, visual appeal is nice on this one. Like, this is how you make a nice snow map. Guys who are just using the standard grass snow mixture, look at something like this. This looks nice and isn't as jarring as the classic AOC grass snow mixture. So there's some relics as well that could provide gold in once you chop through. Is there a palisade wall and a relic on the screenshot? Yes. Okay. I'm looking at that screenshot. I see the point there that you could use the relic as part of a wall. Players are not going to be that clever. Maybe they will be, but I see now. I understand what it's for. You can't path through relics. I see the screenshot. It's being used to link up with the palisade wall, basically to bridge the gap between, I guess. Well, let's talk about this map some more. What is the purpose of these? Nothing. I think it's just visual appeal. There was no mention of a pit of snow leopards. Like, there's a map that has this shape that's already in the game, but it's a team game one. This could work, and you might actually see players build trade cogs, but you'd have to control all the water to be able to. It's only one player would actually get trade cogs. Only if you have total water control would you go for that. I made some maps too where I tried to encourage that by putting neutral docks in all four corners. But those were not selected for anything yet. Next up we have a map called Riverbed, which that's a map name I've heard before, but that's just because it's a common name. Not because I've seen this specific map before. Tiny, let's go, Riverbed. Riverbed, let's go. Okay, we have one massive gold thing in the middle. The whole riverbed seems to be cracked terrain with stuff masked, with like beach masked on top of it, probably. Or the other way around. Let's quickly check. Nope, it looks like it's all cracked terrain. Probably can't build a dock anywhere either. Yeah, this is just cracked desert, sure. And the players are on the outside with standard res, but less gold and more stone. And they have a lot of these rocks in the middle. And unless that's quicksand, which it might be, doesn't look like it though. You can just wall this anyway, yeah. Okay. So you fight sort of a duel for it's Gold Rush. It's Gold Rush, but you have an even safer base and more gold at home. Natural berries and choke points, yeah. And there are a bunch of shorefish though in the middle. I guess that is something to fight for. It's super exposed though to go for those. And do you have boar? You have a boar? probably have enough resources back at home. You have 2 boar. You don't go for the shore fish. You could, and then you withdraw them once feudal age comes in. Next up we have Des River Valley. We are really getting the river maps coming in strong today. Des River Valley, go. I saw this one being designed on stream a bit. Basically the river, I think this is, yeah, it's basically a direct placement map for the position of the river and I think of the players. This river is mostly shallow. I think it's completely shallow. It looks like parts of it are deeper, but it's fully shallow. Yeah. Cool. What's important about this? 2 towns. Yeah, the map is basically what you see. No special gimmicks. Fair amount of elevation, which would make it tough to find a good spot for another TC. Very tough, actually. Maybe, there are a couple spots back by the forest that you could go for. Those are really far from starting TC, though. Or you just make a farm TC somewhere in a valley. Yeah, other than that, it looks nice. A nice visual appeal. And a mix of, the gravel mixing into the grass and so on. Next up, we have the King of the Demos. Alright. I think we're getting to some more fun maps again. It's Bog Socotra, Revenge of Bog Socotra. The King of Demos. Yeah, it's Revenge of Bog Socotra. It basically is, isn't it? It's Gold Rush with Socotra style starting resources. Stone seems to be on these outside, these slope for some reason. And then the water on the outside is even elevated, just for good measure. So, lots of ships, lots of fighting on mangrove shallows. Not enough terrain mixing. Same comment as elsewhere. You can mask things on mangrove shallows, make them look nicer. You can mix some water terrains to make them look nicer. Stuff like that to make it a bit less bland. But probably this map won't meet it past the variety of strategies or viable stage of judging, I'm guessing. That's likely to be a snag for ones that are so heavily mangrove based. Is it important there? The water is in 3 parts, is it? Water with fish, mangroves where the players spawn, and a middle, which is Gold Rush. Yeah. Yeah, I mean the map, it's at least the layout is balanced. I think we're not going to see King of the Demos. Maybe we will. If we decide that we really want to see demos. Actually, what's probably going to happen is, if we were to pick a map like this, it would be in direct competition to Bog Socotra. Well, and we'd have to see which of those is promising. Next up, we have Castle Rush. Oh. Castle Rush, see. Cast. What's the map called? Seems to have some sort of prefix. Castle Rush. It's all caps even. Oh, there it is. Ooh. We have... This is the third map that we have where we have dueling castles, more or less. Let's read. Players start with the castle, waiting to be built in the middle of the map. Okay, so wait needs to be built. This is in the scenario editor. It's pre-built, but it won't be in game. Okay, recommended for Empire Wars, random map regicide Koth. They delete the castle, they get 650 stone, but they will not be able to build a new castle until they hit Castle Age. Fair. Rest of the map, what has it got to offer? A round circular clearing with a heck of a lot of hills. All of these castles, what are they actually doing though? You build it, because of course you do, you don't want to not build it. But it just helps secure the middle, right? You wall to the castle, more or less. And then you have Black Forest behind you. I think that's what you do. Or you delete the castle for the 650 stone. I mean, that lets you choose where to put your own castle later on, if you like a castle in a different position. However, if you like right before you're clicking up to feudal, you actually go and build it. I think you do that because the map is so closed. If this were Arabia around it, you delete it, right? Because then you can build it wherever you need it, and players can just circumvent the castle anyway. But this is not Arabia. This is Black Forest. Okay, you might not be able to wall on this terrain, but you can wall like towards the castle, force players to run underneath it. I think you definitely build it. You definitely build the castle, I think. Also just because you don't want your opponent to get, 5 relics. You build it, you wall, you play fast castle, and then, because it's already a castle, you play fast imp and you win the Treb War. I think you play fast imp. You wall and you play fast imp. I think. So you get for submitting your maps today, yesterday, for me. Next up we have a map called Land Wolfenstein. Ooh, okay. Let's load that one. Land Wolfenstein. Okay, I see a player starting in a middle, surrounded by wolves. That is a bad sign. That is a bad sign. How is this poor villager supposed to help build the town center on this nomad map when there are a bunch of wolves around the hill that he spawned on? Not good. Description. Cautious nomad start. Abundant of resources towards the edge of the map. Players are encouraged to explore. Alright. Players start with nomad resources and 6 villagers. Okay. I would argue that the villagers need to spawn in such a way that they do not spawn in the middle. To make this fair, the villagers should spawn not on the snow terrain. Snow terrain is fine, but they shouldn't spawn on this center terrain. this terrain. Because they're just going to lose villagers to wolves right away. Why are there palm trees? Palm trees have no place in snow, I tell you. Trees do not easily survive snow. And Wolfenstein, let's try again. Maybe they were a relic from this map, that's why. I'm gonna generate again. Okay. I think, look at this, there's a snow leopard. Depending on what like if you play on extreme difficulty, these guys have like 12 line of sight. Yay. Although typically competitive is played on standard, so they have I think 4 or 6, 4 line of sight. Even so, this is just asking to lose villagers from minute 1, which is not ideal. Oh, what is this? Why is there a desert? Why is there a desert? Why is there a Mediterranean forest? It looks like someone is using the DE Seasons code. Looks like someone should have made the snow season be 100%, I think, rather than allowing other seasons. That would make more sense. Yeah, that's... Don't blindly copy the seasons code, at least only activate those seasons that are appropriate. Alright, next up we have Fjall. So we're going to generate that one. There we go, no, not fortress. Fjall. Trade workshop. I should read about this one. Lonely Mountain in Iceland. Gift from the gods, i.e. trade workshop. Gives wood and food per minute and gold per minute. Players have to make do with dried fish, stray cattle. So probably no berries. Probably no berries. We have stray cattle. We have no boars. We have a loaf. Okay, we do have some berries. But generally less starting food, yeah. We have some nice mixtures of gravel and grass. It's essentially a fight for the trade workshop map. And I wonder what's wallable and what isn't. That might be useful to know. Everything is wallable. Except the center ice. That's good. Alright. Yeah, it's alright. Next up, we have a map called Kimberley Mine. Which... is that the one? I don't think I've been to that one. I've been to a diamond mine, but I don't think it was that one. Actually, I have to agree about that. That a trade workshop should be guarded. It can even just be like some militia or men-at-arms or something, or long swordsmen. It doesn't need to be anything super strong, but just something to keep you from running there with your scout minute 1, then dueling the opponent's scout, and then whoever wins that just has the resources. It should actually require army investment. Exactly. Alright, let's take a look at this Kimberley Mine. I feel like that name... Yeah, okay. This map was also submitted, I think, for the Resurgence contest. Funnel-shaped gold mine in the middle. So it's like, it's Gold Rush, but the gold is all in individual piles. Yeah, exactly. Submitted for a Resurgence. The pit has been made smaller. Smaller lake, yeah. Put more emphasis on land play. Yeah, the middle now, you could still dock it, but it's not as necessary anymore. I think you still have to transport to get to these, probably. And some relics have been added. Yeah, they weren't there before, that's true. And the mini-map looks good for this pit. It's you know, it's Golden Pit, but a bit different. Which is fine. Also, why is there whatever this is? Maybe that's just decoration. Resource mix, or the terrain mixing looks nice. And I like the look of this mining pit. Alright, next up we have Great African Lake by same guy. Yeah. And alright, let's go. Load scenario, saves changes, no. I just loaded Sea Blood again, didn't I? Yeah. Alright. Great African Lake. Now, Great African Lake. There we go. It is a great, very round lake, and the lake has pits in it. Deep pits. Let's read about that. Why are those a thing? There's a lake with multiple whirlpools. Okay, whirlpools, that works. Maybe you could spawn like something that looks like whirlpool, like bits of ice or something, like the ice object. Something to make it look more whirlpool-y. Where fish are plenty and seemingly never ending. Deep fish respawn 20 minutes after being depleted. That's an interesting mechanic. Now, I've done respawning resources, but I've only done that on very short scales. Infinite trees that respawn instantly after being depleted. But because if you do a very long time period on land terrain, someone will just build over it and then it can't respawn. But on water, since you can't build on water, having the fish respawn, that mechanic works. Like that honestly works as a mechanic. Maybe? But the lake is big enough that you know, you can plop down a castle on the shore and redock under cover of the castle. At the point where your opponent has cannon galleons and controls the lake, well, you can still win land if you wipe the land base to win. The thing is, 20 minutes... I assume it's 20 minutes game time. That's like 15. That's like 13 minutes real time. But if we think about game time, like if you deplete your fish, you know, the first time you deplete it is when you reach feudal. Then the next time it will respawn, you know, on the way to imp or something like that. It's not a mechanic I've seen before. So I think units will be able to... These are shallows. There are also a bunch of shallows here that don't matter, but these shallows do matter because they let Land units get a bit into the water. And we have a nicely mixed forest. I always approve of forest mixing. Water could be pretty strong though, winning this, because of the respawning fish. It just means you don't. It means you don't have to buy fish traps. I think it means you build fewer fish traps, or you don't build any, depending on just how many fish you have in the lake. Just how many fishing ships you have. And how secure your control of the lake is. Alright, now we have a map called Water Wolfenstein. This is like Return of the Wolves. Like the other Wolfenstein map that we had. And it's probably also going to have some issues with wolves. Too close to villagers again. Can fish traps lame fish? They might be able to. That's a fair point. It depends on what stays there, for what's being used to sit around for 20 minutes. You know, what's decaying for 20 minutes that will then be replaced by a new fish. If it's some invisible object that doesn't care if a fish trap is built on it, then yeah. That would be something that would need to be tested, but I do not have 20 minutes to test that right now. I need to look at a Water Wolfenstein map. We have not seen enough Wolfensteins yet. Oh my goodness. You start... Ah, my goodness. This is just an invitation to Vil fight if it's allowed. Rules allow it. Because you have a pond, then you have a pond that's connected to water here. And then the middle has wolves again. It's 4 lakes, but one of the lakes is smaller, and potentially these shallow ponds are connected to the corners, or maybe not, as the case may be. And there are still predators in the middle and a heck of a lot of relics. Let me just quickly check the description. The second of the Frankenstein maps. This Water Nomad Wolf Hill 4 Lakes is what this map is doing. Players are connected on 2 boglands, which might be connected to richer fishing grounds or not. Not are connected, might be connected. Bounties of hunt are scattered throughout the map. Collection of relics. Wolves are guarding this prize. So, let's just use this quickly as a case study of maps that might not be so good. So, point 1. Sometimes this fishing lake is connected to the outside lake, sometimes it's not. So if it is, then your fishing ships can just transfer over there, and you're in a really great position to capitalize on it. If it's not, well, it turns out that the one player has fishing ships in one, and the other player has fishing ships in the other pond. So you could luck out and have one that connects to a lake, or you could not luck out and you don't connect to a lake, which seems to be the usual case. But it could be different than what your opponent has. So that's already bad in terms of consistency. Like, you could end up with this massive area. Okay, that one's not connected either. Let's try again. You could... It seems like they're usually not connected. I saw one that was connected at the start, though, I tell you. Yeah, there we go. So blue has 4 fishing ships here, and then 10 million fish in the lake at the bottom. Red Alright, bad example. Red has 2 fishing ships up there, and blue has another, or 3 and 1 as well. But red had a much smaller lake up there that time around. For this time, you know, blue has 4 in the top lake and can sail them all. Red has 2 there. Red has 2 here and blue has 2 here, so the number of fishing ships is unequal potentially. Or maybe they're just some on top of each other. But that's only looking at that. Then you have the issue, alright, it looks like there are like 15 or 20 relics. This makes it super easy for the likes of Lithuanians to get their +4 attack, or for Aztecs to get a ridiculous gold generation. And wolves don't attack monks, so securing the relics is not impeded by the fact that there are wolves here. You'd have to put like Gaia bandits or something. And it just goes on, you know, this lake is smaller than the other lakes. There is more work to do to make this 4 lakes wolf, whatever else was in it, wolf water nomad hybrid work properly. All right. Getting... I think everyone's done that, where you do the fleet and then you realize you've built a fleet in a pond. Then we have a map called Pilgrimage. Alright, let's take a look at that one. We have 2 monasteries in the middle over what is probably unbuildable terrain. Nope, over what is buildable terrain. Players begin on the outskirts of a mazy rainforest. Each player also starts with a monk carrying a relic to deliver in the monastery that lies in the center of the rainforest, atop a rocky plateau. The high reward is to generate an early gold trickle is offset by the high risk the starting scouts pose. Okay. This is good. We've talked earlier in the stream about the issues in general with starting players with a monk. Those issues remain even when you have a scout. They're a bit more muted because the scout offers you some option of protection where you could snipe the enemy monk if the enemy monk is too brazen in what it tries to do. However, you can also have the worst case scenario where the enemy monk converts your scout and they now have 2 scouts and a monk against your 1 monk. At which point they just steal your villagers left and right and it just goes downhill. By the way, are we allowed to play stream the maps we submitted? Yes. You're allowed to play or stream them, yeah. You could that was never forbidden. What you shouldn't do is take a map that you think will likely win and use it in your, you know, $5,000 tournament that you're organizing before RMS Cup happens. But short of that, everything's fine. You're also encouraged to fix your own versions of them and continue improving them. And if your map gets chosen, feel free to submit fixes to me. Otherwise, I will do them myself. Now there's this forest maze, but this forest maze is in fact not a maze, just a straight path. So bringing the relic there is pretty safe. You carry the relic, you try to convert the enemy scout, and you succeed, and then you win. Or you fail, and then your opponent converts your scout, and they win. It's just starting with a monk is not a good idea, generally. What have we got next? Roundabout ways. Alright, let's load the scenario editor again. Oh, this one was submitted. This is the last one, isn't it? It is. And I sound happy. But this will have been a 7-hour stream. I've never streamed that long. I've been talking for 7 hours. Goodness. All right, roundabout ways. Let's go. Finish on a strong note. Ooh, that's cool. So we have essentially what seems to be a bandit encampment where they've stolen some relics, put up some barricades. So you have to go roundabout to avoid them. And you go the long way to attack your opponent. Until the point where you decide, this is too much work, I'm going to send in my knights and clear out this mess. And take the straight way through the middle. I think that's probably what the map is doing. I'm just guessing. Robbers have been praying, blah blah blah. They fled to the center, taking hasty barricades. Have to use roundabout ways to get to each other. Standard start, standard resources. There's a road connecting players, roundabout way. Yeah. Makes early attacks more convenient. There are 3 relics, yeah, makes sense. We did it. Thanks to everyone who's stuck around for this long. I know you have, real lives to attend to. The VOD will be on my Twitch. I'll also be saving it, so it'll be permanently there. We did do the preview map, all of them. My goodness. We also have this road here, which makes it a bit trickier to wall, but I think you can sort of see this map. This map is what it is. It is what I described. There is a bit of water, but it only has shorefish. So I think we're through. Thanks for joining. I'm not going to do a long outro. This video will be available. I will be doing judging. I might stream some more this week in a less frantic, less get 99 maps done in as fast as possible manner. I'm dead tired. Good night. Thanks for joining. Overlay, where's an overlay? Oh, wait. Oop. Overlay, do I have an overlay? I do. RMS Cup 2. Good night.